Dimp Digital presents Idle Game Chat.
Cool.
Crimson Desert.
No.
Adkins. Is that right? Is it Crimson Desert?
Dessert.
What was the other one they did? Black Desert.
Cream.
Online.
Black Desert. Online. MMO.
Yes. This started as
What
an
are they
MMO.
Pearl Abyss.
Yes. Pearl Abyss.
Yep. Pearl Abyss.
And at some
Korean?
point, a while
Korean?
back, they pivoted. Yes, they are Korean, yeah.
Yeah.
South Korean specifically, I don't think.
Oh, Kim Jong-un, he said, I ain't getting involved in that.
No, you don't want that.
Fucking
being
geeks.
well, the amount of money they've made, you might want to reconsider. So,
That's true.
yeah, I mean, Pearl Abyss,
Mm.
dropping out Black Desert Online. They're Black Desert Mobile at some point, and then Crimson Desert. I guess. I mean, this is no doubt about it. This is the game of 2026 so far in terms of just chatter, noise, mind share. Even that's all I've seen. Crimson Desert this, Crimson Desert that. Equally excellent opinions coming in, but also concerns in almost equal measures. So
Conflicting.
it really is up there.
Marmite.
Well, it could be. But before we go too far, I know the answer to this, but just in case someone's dropped in on us. Black Desert Online 2014. You love a MMO with fetch quests.
I love
I
it.
assume you
I
was
think-
lining up in the virtual queue to log into that.
Secretly been playing it behind closed doors. I'm 1,000 hours into it now.
Just to get the rich backstory of this world that's been set out.
I couldn't start this game without it. No. I'll be intrigued to speak to someone that played or did play it to see if there was any links. I'm sure there probably is. But anything that did, straight over the head, because I have never... I wouldn't even know what gameplay looks like.
No.
Or
I seem to
what
remember
type of
looking
game.
at Black Desert Online thinking, consider it's an MMO, that the gameplay looked better than
Right.
most, but then so did New World, and then I was forced to play that because Paper bought it for me, and then it was a load of old shit, really. I think I actually said, as a quote, one of the worst gaming experiences of my life, straight to his face.
Oh, that.
after he dragged me through it. So,
Oh.
but yeah, 2014 that came out, and yeah, Crimson Desert.
Oh.
This was supposed to be a prequel to that, Black Desert,
Right.
Crimson Desert, sorry, and then
Yeah.
eventually they pivoted away, and it's separate, standalone, different characters. Not even, any multiplayer to be sniffed at, as I'm led to believe, but I could be
No.
wrong there.
No.
And we're still on this PC run, so we've got this
Well,
absolute beast there. And just for the reference, what card is it again? A 50,
5080.
5080. So it's a chunky bit
It's like
of change.
the second best one you can get after the 5090.
Yeah, and they haven't done a 60 series, and they seem to be
No.
not doing them because of these
Yeah.
shortages. So
Yeah, it's over a year old now.
yeah, normally it was almost annual at one point, but
Mm.
the market has changed.
Chucking out news RTX fucking, what do they call them? What's the fucking AI shit called? DLSS. That's
Oh
it.
right, yeah.
So they just seem to be chucking them out. We've got 5 coming out, and that's the one with all the fucking AI filters.
Right.
So do we just get that instead of a new card? Who knows?
Chuck that over the top and it annoys people. They've ruined Grace from Resident Evil. God. More controversy for 2026. So we've got this on the PC. In fact, I was doing some admin, just putting things in playlists on YouTube, and there was an old episode that popped up about Resident Evil Village back when that came out all those years ago, and it was the opposite. I was playing stuff on PC and you were on console, whereas now it's a complete switch around.
Yeah, it was.
So I just got my 3080 then. It was like 2 weeks old. And now it's an old sack of shit.
I've got to say, yeah, I've just started a game on PlayStation.
Yes.
I've tried to give it a go this year because I didn't really use it much last year. So I thought I'd best give it a run out the old PS5. But yeah, pretty much everything these days, if it hasn't been purchased already, if it ain't an exclusive, it's on that PC.
It's on PC. And then
Which where fucking Salmon and the gang fucking keep playing it, and then it locks me out of playing.
all the games off the library. Unbelievable. So this was a Steam purchase on that PC. How long have you played it for thus far? And we know credits have been rolled. Obviously, we wouldn't be sitting here chatting about it.
Yeah, credits have been rolled, and my Steam counter is on 100.1 hours. So that's about an hour and 6 minutes.
Yes.
No, 106 minutes. Sorry.
A little birdie tells me that credits are rolled after 70 odd hours.
70
so there's been a bolt on of 30-ish hours.
30+ hours of.
Well, I refuse to believe that, but I guess we'll get into it. So here's how I want to start it.
Yep.
What's going on? At a high level, what's happened with this? How's it sitting on a 79?
Well, I think we were chatting, weren't we? And sort of umming and when it come out, and we were both in agreement that we weren't going to get it yet.
And you went behind my back.
I went behind your back. And I think as we were saying that, the Crimson Dawn devs were just chucking out updates.
Yeah.
Going, bosh, old one of them. Bosh, old one of them. And yeah, that was my understanding. I was like, right, there's too much coming out. We've got smaller games, Pragmata. I think I was on a Returnal run, sniffing at Saros.
Right, yeah.
That sort of shit, a few little small things. But I don't know why, I just kept looking at it. I kept watching.
It was everywhere. It still is.
It was everywhere. It still is. The algorithm's there on my bloody Twitter feed. Look, you can do this. Look, you can do this. Look, you can do this. And then I listened to this review, and the review was sort of comparing it to Skyrim, and he was saying and a lot of people were moaning about it's got no story.
Right.
And then they were like, "What was the story of Skyrim?" And
Dragonborn, innit? You shout dragon words, and that's the problem.
Dragon words and fight dragons. Yeah. And I don't know why, but listening to that interview just made my mind up. I was like, right, fuck it, I'm just going to pull the plug. And I knew, because I'd listened to all these reviews and all these sort of conversations, and everyone said, like, the first 10 to 15 hours are terrible.
Good.
So you got to get past that, and that's when it starts getting good. I was like, right, I know I'm going to be in this, I've got to give this the long haul. So I just went through it. I went, fuck it. I'm in that mood just to play something. I didn't expect to play it in 100 hours.
I thought you would stop at some point and come back to it.
Yeah, so did I. Exactly with the standard Ekins way. But I just really enjoyed playing this game. And I didn't expect to play 100 hours. You probably could do this if you just mainlined it, which you can do. You could probably get it done in about 55, 60 hours, I reckon.
So it's not a complete like Golden Path. It's not an unreasonable disgrace. But given that you played 30 hours post that, and I bet you've not even. I think you said you got 6 achievements or something.
Six achievements in 100 hours.
So there's a lot to do. If you're a completionist, you're fucked with this.
I think I looked at the Platinum Guide on PS5, and I think it was looking at about 300 hours to get the Platinum. I was like, fucking hell. Someone done it in 250, and that was like he's breaknecked it.
Fucking Drycop, He spoiled it for himself.
But yeah. But yes. Like I say, I loved playing this game. It felt like this game was sort of made for me, not for me, because it's beyond a perfect game. It has some incredible moments, like, and some incredible features and ideas. And then in the same breath, you go, "What the fuck were you doing?
Right.
Why have you done that?" So we'll have to get into that.
Yes.
But yeah, I just bit the bullet, went for it,
That was
shagged
that.
the life out of it, and yeah, here we are. 100 years. I've sort of put it down for now, but even as of yesterday, they've just had another update
Yeah.
that adds a few little bits and bobs, some new mounts and stuff, some new UI stuff. So I'm just going to be constantly jumping on and fucking about because it's one of those types of games.
Why is this, with all the accolades, all the big proclamations of it, sitting on a 79 and not a 89, for example, or a 92?
Because this game has one of the most fucking retarded stories and characters in the world. Basically, you can tell that this game had been through fucking development hell, basically, just by playing the story and the way of the characters, the way things progress in the story, the way things happen. You can tell that basically they had an idea for a game, and you can tell someone from upstairs, what do we used to call him?
Oh, Alan.
Alan's
still
come
there.
in and he's still there. Alan's walked in the ballroom and gone, "Fucking hell, I've just played Red Dead, Breath of the Wild, and fucking...
And I love
what's the other
Skyrim.
game? And yeah, Skyrim and Assassin's Creed. I want you to take this from that game, this from that game, this from that game, and that from that game, and fucking jam it in. I don't care how you do it, just jam it in."
Yeah.
And we've got ourselves a game. So you can tell, like, the story. I mean, there's parts of the story like that. That was something I heard. That, like, people hate on the story. For about 70% of the game, the story's fine. Like, it reminded me a lot of Valhalla. The story of like that sort of things.
Yeah.
Steady sort of, that's almost similar.
It's enough to
fucking...
keep you going and wanting to carry on. It's not like
But then things happen and they're just completely unexplained. And there's no rhyme and reason. You've got the main character, Cliff, who is possibly, spelled with a K.
Yeah, I saw that.
Who is possibly the most mundane, dull, no character development. This has the GTA character select thing. So there's 3 characters in this game.
Yes.
And for them 100 hours, I only played as the other 2 for the one mission each that the main path makes you play as them.
Right.
You can switch at any time, but there is not a single reason why you would or need to. It's just that the fact that someone's gone, "That's fucking brilliant in GTA. Stick that in this game." And like I say, out of the God knows how many missions there are, thousands upon thousands, and it forces you once to do it. There is no, as soon as you unlock it, I was like, "Oh, I'll go and have a look at play with that." Whatever, it feels all right. Feels no different. Just plays a bit different, but there's no sort of character. You don't learn about this. Just the most weirdest thing ever. So I stuck with Cliffy Boy.
What would happen if you had played with one of those? What happens with the cutscenes? Do they just put the character in? Or does it put Cliff back in? Do you know how it unfolds if you start messing around with it?
I assume that if you're main path in it, it will just go back to Cliff. So I'm not certain that you can. I'll have to double check that because, like I said, I didn't really play with them, to be honest, because I just didn't feel any need. So it's got, like, Cliff has this glide mechanic, which is exactly the same as the sort of glider from Breath of the Wild or Horizon.
Yes.
And the others didn't, so I was like, right, they got their own version of it, but
they're not as good.
You're like, not as good. And you can't, like, the way you traverse and stuff is very Breath of the Wild, stamina
Yeah.
meter, you know, where you got the wheel and stuff. So yes, I'm pretty sure you couldn't play because, well, the main story is based on Cliff. So I'd
Yeah.
imagine it will make you do that. It's just more the sort of side content that you could do.
Yeah.
Probably even the side quests will make you play as Cliff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just one of those things where they've just gone, right, let's get this in the game, shoehorn it in. We don't need any explanation.
No.
And
Chuck it in there.
what I have found out, I mean, I'm trying to stay clear of spoilers, but basically, this is the biggest downfall of the game, is people saying that the story and the characters and stuff. It's now been released that if you 100% a certain thing on this game, there is now books that you can find.
What do you mean
that
now? They
explain-
added these after release.
that, no, it's in the game.
Oh,
but
okay.
someone's only just found it.
Right. Okay. It's some riddle. Or, right. Not a
It's
riddle,
a
but you know what I
book
mean.
in a random building that explains everything. The story points, why the characters are so dull and boring. That, like, they've basically just gone, like, we know this story is dog shit, basically. I listened to an interview with the voice actor and thing, and like, he couldn't say it, but he was just like, yeah, that was like, he was saying that he did his lines like 5 years ago, and he's just constantly been going back and doing new lines. He said, like, the amount of management changes and stuff, the amount how the game changed in those 5 years. He said, I've never played the game, but I dread to think how it turns out. Yeah. So fucking hell. So I think, yeah, that, and I think because it's such a big, epic game, and that, like I say, it's a very slow start. There's a lot of mechanics thrown at you, so you easily get overwhelmed with it. And there's just so much that's unexplained in this. I think if they had the sort of Rockstar polish on it, where everything was set out properly, and I mean, this game could easily been a sort of, in the 90s, easily. But I think because it's so obviously been mushed together and changed, and it's like edited to just mental, that's why people are so Marmite. And I think that's the thing. A lot of people were like, well, this game, like, I couldn't imagine playing this game for review if you've got to rush this fucking 70 hours in thing, and then when you're rushing it, you're like, well, what's going on? Because
horrible way to play it.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of those games that just gets better the more you lean into it and just play it for what it is. Yes. It is just an absolute sandbox fucking adventure game. It's just you go around, run around this big open world, explore. You get rewarded for exploration. That's the best part of the game. It's just wandering around. You'll bump into something that will sidetrack you.
Yeah.
And it's unexplained. You're like, what the fuck is this doing here?
Well, it might be a book somewhere.
Exactly. So yeah, it's. I think that is the reason why it's such a Marmite game. I think people they haven't got time to get into this, and if it ain't giving you Red Dead levels of character, character fucking depth and fucking a story like Red Dead or something, then it's instantly going to get shat on. But yeah.
Do you think it's just that though? Or do you think there's other elements of the game, like, I don't know, mechanically or UI, or is like
the trouble?
It's not. It doesn't sound like the performance of it sounds great.
Performance is right. I think I'll tell you what. Another thing as well is the controls. The controls are very, very. What's that fucking boxing term? Unorthodox. They are so weird. So the combat in this game is phenomenal because of how varied it is. You've got swords, you've got bows, you've got spears, you've got fists. So much so, you can do an RKO in this game. You can literally grab someone and give them an RKO. And the controls, so you have your the swords and stuff are on your on your shoulder buttons, R1 and R2 for what's it called. if you want to punch and kick, that's like a fighting game. So you've got to use the face button, so like square, triangle. To do an RKO, you have to press square and X together.
Okay.
So this, I mean, I thought it was going to be a real turn off. It's one of those things that muscle memory kicks in,
Yeah.
and it's fine. But when you first go into it, it's so weird playing the game because the buttons are so like it's got that. Oh, you haven't played the new Zelda, have you? What's it called?
Oh, Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom. Have you seen the trailers where it's got that God hand thing?
Yeah, yeah.
So they have that in this game, but you use the left L3 to use it. It's the bizarrest thing
Well,
ever.
like click it in, do you?
You have to click it in to shoot it out. Yeah.
So I click that in moving all the time by accident.
Exactly. You'd think that'd be like sprint or something, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
or whatever. So yeah, that's one of you, and you're using that as for most things as well. I think it's just it's a mixture of the unexplained, very strange story,
Yeah.
the dull characters, the crazy buttons, but like I said, they're not as bad as people make out. I think it's just because you expect if you play something like Ghost of Tsushima and then go on to Assassin's Creed Shadows, there ain't going to be too much difference in the control scheme.
No.
But if you play this, you're like, what the fuck?
Rework it.
So there's that. What was the other thing I was going to say? Oh yeah, the other thing I think as well is there was multiple upon multiple times I felt I had to use a guide because I just couldn't progress. There's stuff in this game that it's not like it's not unexplained, but it's just like the most simple task. But they don't use like the yellow. When you're playing like an Uncharted game, you've got the point of where to go to. Something like there'll be like a door, but it's got a secret button to open, and you have to sort of, especially with the puzzles as well. Like I say, when you start this game, there are so many sort of features and all this sort of stuff chucked at you. It is really overwhelming. So when you get to a random puzzle, you've got to remember pretty much everything that's in your arsenal and try something.
Wow.
So yeah, it can just be a bit like fucking hell. But you can get to the point where you'll be like, nah, this has beat me. I just don't. And then when you've watched someone do it, you go, oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
It was literally that. It's like there was one door I couldn't get in. I was like, oh, how the fuck? And I was trying to push up against it. All it was, I had to crouch. It was like a door and the hinge was in the middle, so I just had to crouch and crawl through it. And it sort of flipped. Yeah, it was like a door that went like that. I was like, right. You've not explained at all. You can pick up tools in this game, like pickaxe, so you can mine. There was a shovel. I found a shovel. I didn't use that shovel till 90 hours in the game. It taught me a tutorial of how to dig up stuff. 90 hours into this game. There is it's got like a camp like in Red Dead where you sort of you can build it up, and that's where you can go back and do sort of missions from there and stuff. It's not your home. It doesn't work the same as Red Dead, where that's where your main missions are and stuff. But where was I going with that?
Shovels.
Oh yeah, in that you can unlock someone to like change your hair and change where you look. I still haven't unlocked that 100 hours in. It's fucking mental how they sort of put this game together. I think, if it was if they did like a director's cut of this game, add in the stuff that's now being found in the game and this story stuff, like, but so many people, when they find out about this ending stuff, about these books, and like, they're like, how the fuck was this not in the game? How is this not the main part of the story and stuff? It's unbelievable. So this game, if they release the director's cut, I think it could be, a very, very good game. I think it's just this fucking mishmash of ideas has really cost it.
Interesting. I do wonder whether they'll make some changes to the structure or even just the onboarding, because one of the things that I kept seeing was it doesn't do a great job of onboarding you onto the game. So those
No.
first 15 hours can be quite horrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if they just tighten that up a bit, it would just set people up for success a bit better rather than
Exactly.
bumbling around.
Yeah, like I say, it's just so much chucked at you, and you just sort of have to try and sort of go through it.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. But I was about to say something. My fucking brain keeps going. No,
That's the end of that.
Hit me.
That's the end of the podcast. Good night. So, story we're not happy. Well, there's not a lot there to be unhappy about.
like I say, for the most part of it, I was like the intro to the story is possibly the worst intro to a story I've ever seen. But then once you get in to the story, and I'll try and do a spoiler free. So basically, Cliff is a member of the Greymane, so it's like a little. What were them? Do you remember in Valhalla he had his own little camp?
clan.
What they called? Can't remember what they were called.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Ravens.
Cliff gets killed. That's it. Cliff gets killed in the first 5 minutes of the game,
Yep.
and then it's just brought back to life by a mystical power.
Right.
Not explained.
No. Back.
And you end up in basically it's got the Sky Islands that's in
Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom. They call this the Abyss, Pearl Abyss.
Okay. Well,
And then once you get back down, you basically need to restart the rebuild the Greymanes, find them, and build your camp up,
Yeah.
and sort of take revenge on the geezer that
it done you
killed you.
over.
That's it. So as soon as you get through that beginning bit and all that weird shit starts happening, and it's the building, you start to find these characters, and it's your little clan. And I was like, oh, this is fine. This is like, exactly like you know, people were
Putting
saying
the
they
band
like
back
the story.
together bit by
Yeah,
bit.
exactly. Perfectly fine. And then all of a sudden they'll just chuck a fucking random curveball in, and you'll be like, what? Have we gone from that to this? What is going on here? There is. In this world, this is why I'd be interested to speak to someone in that played Crimson Black Desert.
Right.
You'll be
there's-
sitting there playing this sort of Viking-esque story, going through this incredibly. We'll get onto graphics because this is a world beater.
Yeah.
This incredibly constructed world where you're like, right, it's got this real Viking fit. Hang on, there's a fucking goblin there. Hang on a minute, there's a fucking mech coming towards me. What's going on, mate? It's the weirdest fucking. There's a giant. It doesn't know what it wants to be. It doesn't know if it wants to be steampunk, a
Yeah.
fucking fantasy game, a sort of raw, sort of fucking Viking game.
Yeah.
It's just like
Chuck it all in
basically,
there.
that's what Alan's done. He's gone, right, let's fucking brainstorm. And he's just took everything and gone, I'll tell you what,
Pump it in
we're just
there.
going to make, chuck it in and we'll fucking work around it.
Bloody hell. Well,
But yeah,
seems to have
But-
come out okay considering if there's all those things. in there.
yeah.
Let's talk about the technical side of things and graphics presentation, because my concern before it came out was like, this is going to run like absolute trash everywhere.
Yeah.
Like I just thought there's just no way that
Yeah.
can't be anything other than toilet, but that's completely the opposite to what's out there. It's it's optimized really
Absolutely.
well on at least on the PC side of things, and decently for consoles. And you've only got to look at a few streams of gameplay to see it's an
Screenshots, yeah.
absolute worldy. So you've had
It's
real
an
hands-on
absolute
experience
boost.
of it all. So what's the
Yeah.
lowdown? D-low.
Absolute flawless. Yeah, what I say, one of the best looking up, if could be what the best. I mean, it's really is like the world they've created looks so good. The interiors, the towns, like the towns that you go in feel like Witcher 3 level style of towns where you sort of go in. It feels like there's people living in this town. You can interact with everybody. You can do that sort of, remember in Red Dead where you could sort of just press up on the D-pad
Oh,
and
yeah.
sort of nod your head or whatever. You can do that in this. There's all stuff to do. There's mini games. The towns change as well, like in accordance with things that happen in the story.
Yep.
If there's like a fucking fairground going on or something, and all of a sudden you'll go through the town and there'll be sort of bunting and balloons and fucking. It's insane, mate. The level of detail in this game that you sit there and you think, fuck, no wonder this took fucking over 5 years or however long it took. I've spent it on there, and just it just looks amazing in action because like they have the wind blowing. just the ray tracing when it gets dark. It gets so dark that you literally can't see without your torch. You have to bust out a torch just to be able to walk around.
Lovely.
And yeah, performance is absolutely flawless. I never had any crashes. I had a couple of fucking bugs, like shit.
Yeah, like general open world jank or like
Yeah, exactly.
things floating where they shouldn't be. You're always gonna.
That's it.
Yeah.
Always
It's
gonna
not
get that
blocking
sort of
progress.
No, exactly. Never had that, or never had something that was so egregious that it put me off playing or anything. It was just a one and done thing. But yeah, it was just flawless, absolutely gorgeous looking. Run 4K, 4K, 4K.
It's a full K.
Well, it was 4K because it was max settings. I was getting 90 to 120. Everything, and it's got that thing. Whatever you're wearing, that goes into the cutscenes as well.
Right, yeah, good.
None of your thing where there's one thing that would annoy you is a get to a mission, and that mission would need to be played in the night time. So then
Right.
you'd have to. It says to you, sit on this bench and have a wait.
That's all right. I don't mind that. What I hate is when you go to trigger the mission and then it suddenly changes.
Yeah.
I'm like, hang on a minute.
Right, no.
What's going on here?
No, it has a little wait mechanism, so he sort of sits down.
Yeah,
That's fine.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's just the enjoyment of playing the game, the actual gameplay,
Yeah.
the missions in this game, and the puzzles. They're where this game's at. This game is purely on exploration and combat in this game. Like the actual gameplay it's just so fun to play.
Sounds like Elden Ring.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, it is quite challenging.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, before I started, it didn't have any difficulties.
No.
It's now got difficulty options. There was people that were really struggling.
Getting their ass kicked.
Basically, because it's not an RPG, so there is a skill tree that unlocks different skills, but there's no leveling in this game, so you can't go out and fucking
OP yourself.
No, exactly. You can't do that. So the only way you do is you just sort of can upgrade your weapons, and they have like a score on them and stuff, or like hit your DPS or whatever.
Get
it's
armor
called.
and stuff to do like.
Get armor as well. Yeah, you can. And the best thing as well is you can literally just go and find it. And there's stuff in this game I do not know how people have found it. You climb up a wall. And then, a side of the wall would be like a secret door. It's like, how's anyone found that? It's unbelievable.
It's like the ones in Dark Souls where there was like a wall that you could go through, and people were running around like hitting the walls, and they found it.
Yeah.
It's like, what the?
There is stuff like that in this game that is just unbelievable. You just come across stuff and you're like, what is this doing here?
Yeah.
And that's just part of the fun, just sort of stumbling across that sort of thing. There's a big focus on what's the word? Physics.
Yeah.
So a lot of the puzzles are physics based. So stuff you've got all different sort of skills. You can elements. You can set, freeze stuff. So if you need to get past on a lake or something, you can't get there. You can then freeze stuff. You can lift that block up. They're really the tools that you have are incredible, and that's what really makes this enjoyable to play. The missions are pretty sort of standard. It's just sort of, go out, go to an area, kill this mob, and the mobs, I mean, people call this what's them fucking Dynasty Warrior games called?
Oh, right, yeah.
It's like, you will get swamped by fucking enemies. It is unbelievable. You'll be like, how am I going to put this down? But it just feels so satisfying, the way you do sort of put them down, and you can use your arsenal against. You've got a bow and arrow. You can slow down time. Like I say, there's nothing more satisfying than RKOing some little goblin that's attacking you.
Can you do any other wrestling moves? Hidden blade.
You can do German suplex. You can clothesline. You can't do the elbow, but you can do the thing.
Okay.
You can grab them by the legs. You can do the Castagnoli, fling them round, the big swing. There is so much. You can do drop kicks. You can do the V trigger as well. There is so much you can do. It's just that they've basically watched like fucking Street Fighter or something and gone, right, put that in the game. Put all those wrestling moves in there. Yeah, we'll have some of that. It is absolutely phenomenal.
Nice.
And yeah, I think that's where I got the most enjoyment from is combat and just the exploration and doing some of the puzzles. But yeah, then I'll get to the puzzle and I'll be trying my fucking hardest. And then I just pull my hair out and I go, I can't fucking, nah, I can't, I'm going to have to look at a guide. And then
Yeah.
you realise and you go, that's all I like to fucking do, for fuck's sake.
It is annoying
Brilliant.
that happens.
Yeah.
Is there much of that? Is it not constant, but how?
It's not constant, but I mean, I reckon I had to check double figures. I reckon I had to get through certain puzzles. And sometimes, even in main missions, there was this main mission. Oh, there's one style of mission they do, which is really annoying. They'll do like an investigation story. So you'll rock up into a town and there'll be a murder or something. And you walk in. This is the worst thing as well. There's no explanation why you do this. You just walk into a town and everyone's like, right, you're going to help me, mate.
Right,
And there's no explanation or anything. But anyway, you have these missions where it'll be like, right, there's been a murder. And then you have to go and speak to 10 different people that are involved in this murder. And then you have to go back to the original bloke and remember what each one of them said.
Yeah.
Now, there's no hints that tell you. You just have to remember. So when you're like me and you're like, right, yeah, what's this cunt fucking saying? Yeah, skip this. And then you get back to him and you go, oh, fuck, I ain't got a fucking clue what he said now.
Yes.
I can't remember what 10 cunts have just said. But because by the time you go back to the main mission, to go back to the main bloke, you've already got sidetracked with another 3 fucking campments and that. And there's like about 10 of them.
Right.
10
yeah.
of them fucking missions that you have to deal with. Then there's like bounty quests as well, where you have to go and get a bounty and bring them back. But this map is fucking huge, absolutely huge. And they'll chuck one out in the fucking desert, and you've got a horse riding back, and that takes about half an hour. You can't fast travel with him, so you're fucked.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, absolute fucking craziness.
How big is this map?
I'm sure I saw something that said it was 10 times Skyrim, I think it was. It's fucking huge. It's probably bigger than Red Dead, I'd say. Definitely bigger than Red Dead 2. It is huge. It is. Once you unlock it, I think because it's the Fog of War thing as well, so it just seems so daunting when
Have you got
sort
towers you have to go up to unlock areas or anything like that? Or is
There is, yeah. They have
Dirty
church bells. So if you ring a bell in the town, then that sort of unlocks that surrounding town. But yeah, because the story, I mean, you spend sort of a long periods of time in the starting area. I think you're there for about 30 hours, I reckon.
Right.
Before you leave the first area. So the game just feels so fucking huge. Although you can literally go to that area. There's nothing sort of stopping you from going there.
No. Do you get like level gated, or not level gated because there's no levels, but how do you manage going to an area where you shouldn't be too early without the right gear, or are you just going to find out by getting your ass whooped?
You'll find out by getting it. There's no indication. I thought they would do where, like you have the Red Skull geezers and stuff where it'll be say like that. You don't really have that. You just get fucking walloped and you're like, I should not be in this area. But also what they do is quite fun. Is there'll be like a fucking area where you'll go into and it'll have like this barrier in it and you're like, what the fuck? And you'll go in and there's a full scale fucking war going on. And you're just in the middle of this fucking war and you're just getting blasted by God knows what. But once then you come out of it, go back to the original story. That's just what I did. And then when it got to that, when you were supposed to go to that game, it sort of explains it. And then that weaves into the story, and you have to sort that. You get into it's quite a good idea. That sort of does make you think, right, I shouldn't be here. Yeah. But 9 times out of 10, that's where the fucking glorious loot is, and that's where all the shit you got to find. But yeah.
Well.
But yeah, there is no level gating in this at all. Like I say, you can do it. It does seem to be the sort of this basically the boss battles. That's the level gating.
Yeah.
The enemies are all pretty similar, to be fair. I mean, there's a big variety of what you'll find. It goes from fucking just enemies to humans to goblins. There's, like I said, there's fucking robots, mechs, bugs. There is
Yeah.
everything in this fucking game. Get attacked by fucking alligators, lions, tigers, fucking everything. Crocodiles. There is anything you think would be in this game is in this game.
It's lurking.
It's
Interesting.
absolutely lurking. And yeah, it's just a joy to play, but I can see how people will fall off of this. I think because it doesn't have that finesse, like it has that jank, and I think that is to its charm. That's one of the things that they said in the review. They said, like, this game is being patched at an unbelievable rate.
Yeah.
And they said that they're scared that it's going to sort of take away, they're going to patch it to make it too good and take away part of its sort of jank and charm. So that's why I was keen to play it as an early build. I mean, when I played it, it was on like a mixed rating on Steam.
Yeah.
It's now sitting on very positive. I think like it's definitely going to have one of those sort of like 2.0 things coming up soon, I think. And they're already talking about DLC already.
Well, that'd be silly not to. If they've not planned that in, which it sounds like they hadn't, it's foolish.
Nah.
But at least they've got the money to do it now. It kind of feels like, and to a lesser extent, because this was definitely panned quite heavily, but now is a completely different outlook. But like you see what they've done with No Man's Sky and evolved that over. I mean, it's been fucking over 10 years now, but
yeah,
that came out to a worse reception for sure, and didn't have the fire lit under it by the community.
No.
But just in terms of the work they've done, at least in these first few months that it's been out, and they've continued to do it, like, there's no reason why they can't, if they want to, keep adding and adding to it. It almost feels like they've come in like it's feature ready, it's ready to go, but they're like, we've got the agility of what an early access title would look like, so that we can respond almost in real time. Because I think one of the first things they did was like update the movement, like within like the first couple of weeks, because people say, "Oh, the movements when you're wandering around is really shit," and that's not a minor tweak.
No,
like they've gone in and then corrected it and made it better within. Because The Witcher did that about 6 months after it came out, but it took that long for them to add a non-inertia mode. And
there's this thing in this game. So when you glide, and it's based on a stamina thing.
Yeah.
Someone had teased the game, so where they had this invincible flying. So basically, you can jump forward. You can do like a glide forward.
Yeah.
But someone worked out that if you did this forward stab that you can do with your sword, that you could keep doing it and keep going. So they found out about this. Rather than patch that out, they turn that in. They give it its own animation and added it into the game.
Yeah.
That's the level of fucking awesomeness that we're dealing with in this studio. It's shit like that. They see this sort of thing and they're like, right, this is what the community want. Like, already we've had difficulties have been added. Now they've just done boss replays. Like when you kill a boss, there's about 80 boss battles in this game, and they are fucking epic. Yeah. They feel like Souls things. They are quite hard. They're manageable. Like, it's not things. Yeah. What you have to do in this game, because you're not leveled, all you basically have to do is just fucking stock up on food so you can replenish your health. But if you go in there with no items, you'll get wiped out instantly. But as long as you've got fucking loads of food, there's a huge fucking cooking thing in this game. The crafting is unbelievable. The stuff you can do. But these boss battles, so you couldn't replay. You could kill every enemy in this game and they'll be wiped out the game. You could literally walk around and, I mean, it would take about 500 hours.
Yeah. But once they were dead, they were dead.
That's it, they're dead, and you can walk through freely. Now, they've just done it so you can now populate an area with enemies or replay a boss battle that you just enjoyed in like a boss rush mode. And like that, what's it been out? A month or so? Month or two?
Yeah, I mean...
when it come out.
What's the date here? Where's it gone? Oh, I've fucking gone off it now, you prat.
Nah.
Yeah.
But
Or
yeah,
coming up for 2 months. So
2 months, and it's the patch. I mean, one of the patches was 34 gig. It
yeah,
was like,
that's
fucking
monstrous.
hell. It is insane, and yeah, it's just lovely to see. You know, normally these games, you get a game that's fucking gets shut on because of how it plays and stuff, and you know the devs don't really do. They'll say they've got this DLC pipeline, but will they
Yeah,
stick to it? Will
Starfield.
they? Fuck. Yeah. I
Turn it
mean, again,
around.
that's just had another one. But how many? I mean, how many years is that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They've
We're
been.
talking 2 months. I'll be, yeah. I don't know. This is why I jumped on. I just wanted to see it for what it was, and now it's just sort of growing and growing, and it's just becoming. I can totally see people doing a re-review of this a year
Yeah,
down the line or
I wouldn't
something.
be surprised. I'm just in the mode where I think it just be, like you said, almost every week that goes by, something better is
Something
added.
else is coming,
It's
yeah.
like, what will this look like in 3 months? What will it look like in 6? What will it look like on the first anniversary? Like,
Yeah.
will they have ironed out most of the friction which people changed the onboard? And I don't know, like whatever, and been like, okay, now you've got a much less game that's sort of fighting against you at certain points where you can just jump
Yeah.
straight in and will onboard you properly, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Because at some point these updates will have to slow down. They can't keep
Cool. Yeah.
meddling with
Yeah.
it. They'll be balance. I imagine
No.
they'll be balancing stuff, but
Yeah.
I'm just really curious of what it's like in a year's time, almost, just to
Yeah.
see how much they've changed and whether like some of the shortcomings are like, okay, we could actually work on fixing that or improving it in some
Yep.
way and then implementing it. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's an absolute monster. So you finish, your credits are rolled. Normally you're immediately right, uninstall, done, get me out
That's
of here.
it. Normally I am.
You dossed around for another 30 hours. What was you getting up to? Was there
Well,
certain
basically, I was
things you
trying
wanted
to
to
get
do? Did you
these-
want to explore or?
Yeah, just was exploring. I wanted to go to each end of the map, trying to unfog the whole thing.
Right.
And yeah, you're just plethora of missions. So that basically anything you walk past will then be added onto the map. So then you've got like a journal full of these missions and stuff. So you can just go and do
How
them.
hard is it to keep track of everything?
Perfectly fine.
Yeah.
The biggest annoyance in this game is
How do you not get distracted? Help me.
Well, that's the thing. That is
Simply won't.
It is so hard to just main like with the amount of random shit that will just happen to you. You'll be like, "Oh, right, am I here?" But the biggest annoyance in this game is inventory space. So
I've seen they've like added inventory space like 4 times already. They kept increasing
exactly.
it.
It is. But what happens? You kill every time you kill an enemy, they drop something. And
Yes.
what happens if you pet a dog and build up a relationship with it?
Yeah.
And get it to a certain point, it will then follow you and auto loot.
Oh.
So, like I say, if you go into these areas, and there's missions in this game where it's a full-on siege, you are fighting like
Yeah.
500 enemies like,
Yes.
at once. So you go through them. Every single one of those fuckers drops something, so you're picking up all their swords. So that
Yes.
just goes straight into your fucking inventory, and then you're full up with random shit.
Does the dog get killed?
What's that?
Will the dog get killed in the siege?
No, he doesn't. No, and he fucking teleports to wherever you are. So he is invincible. Your mount can. I don't think your mount can die, but it can get injured and
Put out
go
of
really
commission.
slow, and then you have to crawl back to fucking. What's it called? You crawl back to the stable and get him fixed.
They didn't commit to the Red Dead 2 then, where the death of the horse is.
No, I wish they should have done that. I think they probably got so cut up by
Yeah, the
fucking.
amount I killed during that. I just ran off a
What's
cliff
his
once.
name?
Oh, you
I
can,
don't remember.
I don't know if you named them
He
yourself.
he's not got a name, has he? Actually, you got Roach and.
Well, you can
fucking-
change them, can't you? Like you can have
Yeah,
like
oh,
3 or
yeah.
4 horses, and like I said,
What's
I
the
killed at
horse nailed at me?
least 3 of them. Just went off what I thought was a small rock. It was a massive
pinged on
cliff,
that.
and it went slamming down. Definitely that medical stuff of me. I was like, oh, it's just that one's gone.
But yeah,
bury
it's
that one.
fucking crazy. But yeah.
Any other
Insane.
business on Crimson Desert? I'm sure you could talk for another 2 hours.
Oh, I could
and
probably
go through
could,
some
yeah.
anecdotes, but at some
I mean,
point-
there's the camp. Like I say, you can build the camp up, and then you unlock this thing, so you can then send your camp members out on missions.
Oh
You can
yes, I love shit like that.
rebuild. Yeah, see, I didn't get too stuck into that.
That's what I'd waste
I've only
100
just-
hours on.
That's it. Yeah, yeah, you could easily. I mean, there is a Gwent style game. There's a card game.
Oh,
There's
dear.
arm wrestling, fighting, sword. It's unbelievable amounts of stuff in this game. Horse racing, fucking unbelievable amounts. There's no relationship stuff. You can't get married or anything.
Is there any choice or consequence, or do you make?
No, I don't think
It's
there
quite-
is.
it's
No,
a-
it's a
linear
very
path
linear.
then.
Yeah, yeah,
Fair
yeah.
enough.
There's no.
It's not The Witcher
no.
3 or anything like that, where you're
No.
okay.
Even with conversations, there's no choice.
Cliff's just
of
doing
what
his
to
lines
say.
that he's been doing for 5 years, just phoning it in at that
I mean,
point.
these lines are like 3 sentences, and that's it. Basically, to most stuff, he just goes,
Sometimes that's all you need.
That's all it is. He's a man of many words. Oh, little words, sorry. But yeah, music's phenomenal as well. It's got that sort of epic, Witcher-esque sort of, very scale. It kicks off at the right times when you go into. Sometimes you'll be like, it kicks in, you'll be like, what the fuck's going on? And then start getting attacked, and you're like, oh, fucking hell,
someone.
shit, I didn't even see that. Yeah, some of the environments, just like I said, the graphics indoors of castles, and God, it's just, yeah, clever stuff. But yeah, it just needed a better editor, someone to. I think that they've got all the stuff there. Basically, they've just put everything in the pot.
Yeah.
And fucking shook it up and gone, there you go, that's a game.
Do what you want with that.
Exactly. It needed someone to stitch it together correctly. And like you say, give it a bit of nuance. Fucking streamline that beginning intro. Make the tutorial system simple so you can't go and... Hell, even change the thing if it's bugging people out, the control system, even though I don't think that's as big as an issue as it is, but it's
we've
got
played like
people's
Monster
tip.
Hunter. That's not easy to play,
Exactly,
is it? Like
that's not easy
that's
to
what it
play,
reminds
no.
me of when you was describing it. I was like, it sounds like the combinations.
Yeah.
And like you said, once you learn them, it's muscle memory.
That's it, exactly.
When you got you come out of your hands and you're like, oh god, I can't play anymore, but it's worth it after a 10-hour session.
Exactly that. And yeah, just explore. I mean, just fucking go mad and see what you can find. Go down that random cave that you can see. And yeah, the thing is, people look for story. Like in a game like that, where it's just a big open world bloater that's just full of shit to do. I mean, that's the thing. This game is a bloater, but it's so big it doesn't feel like bloat. It's not sort of. The missions and the stuff that you're doing is so varied. If you get bored of like doing the fetch quests, you can fuck that off and go and do these fucking spires or mazes, and
It's almost got so much stuff in there that it's gone past the bloat line that it's like I can't
Exactly,
do all this
yeah.
anyway, so I'm just going
That's
to do
it, yeah.
what I fancy doing and then move on.
that's it.
Like
So yeah,
full clear down, not a realistic option for most players.
No, exactly. If I was playing this like a Ubisoft game, Jesus Christ, it would be unbelievable. I reckon to clear everything, you're probably looking at 500 hours easy. Because people were saying that this is just such an MMO style game. There's so much to do, and that's the only annoying thing about this game is the achievements.
Yeah.
So they're tied to challenges. So you basically have these challenges throughout the game. You'll pick up these things that are your upgrades called Abyss. Oh, what are they called? Abyss things. Anyway, you have to unlock it. You have to do a certain challenge. So it'd be like kill 10 people with a spear, glide down a mountain 30 meters or whatever. So you have to go out into the world, find them, and then complete those challenges.
Right.
And that's pretty much what every achievement, other than the story ones, are attached to. So they're so fucking hard to do. So that's what I was doing for those 30 hours
Right,
after. Like,
trying to clean
right,
some
I
of
need to
them up.
focus on this. So I've basically got the two most attainable ones. And when I say they're obtainable, their percent ratio on the achievement thing was 3% and 2%. The rest, all the achievements that are like 0.1 or 0.2, something like that,
Yeah.
is, and that's how I think this is what puts people off the game. When you look at this game and you see the percentage of completion, I think even the complete all quest game, that complete the story achievement,
it's gonna
I think
be-
that's sitting on about 5%. So 95% of players haven't seen the end of this story or anything.
No.
They're just playing it for what it is and getting lost in this world. And that's what this game is. It's just an absolute sandbox.
That's exactly what it sounds like. Unbelievable. Well, let's get into them formalities then.
Yeah.
We've got Gaming's Gallery of Games. I'll make the assumption that it's not going in self-storage, that it'll be landing its way into the gallery in some form. But the real question is, Crimson Desert 2026 Pearl Abyss, former MMO pivot away from Black Desert Online, was a prequel, no longer considered that according to Wikipedia. Although there could be lore items in there, we don't know. What are we doing with it? Where's it going? How do we look after it?
For me, I am giving Crimson Desert a gold.
A gold. I wondered whether it would get the
Rates
plat.
the gold. To get the plat, I think the story needs a rework.
Does it even have to be? Is the bar of the story so low that if it was just a little bit better, it might have?
Yeah. I think having found out what I found out after reading this stuff, if that was implemented into the story, that explains all the stuff that's unexplained.
Yeah.
It'd be fine. It'd be absolutely fine. I think the story would be on par with the likes of Skyrim, with the likes of Valhalla. You know, it's not fucking but it's not one of those stories where you go, you need to play this.
Yeah.
But it is serviceable enough for you to accompany and give you reason to join this game. But if you go into this game, play it like with it being a story-driven game, you ain't going to get much out of this. I think something like Biff would clock out and be like, no, this ain't doing it for me. I don't like the character. This ain't explained. I've got no idea what's going on. But if that was implemented and the explanations were there, then you'd be like, oh, okay, right, I get it. And then, that I think possibly that could get it into the realms of a 10. And just the way it's going up and the changes they're making, that's the way it could get to a 10. But I think, unfortunately, it just has these. I mean, I think most people would probably put it at a silver, and I could happily, I would accept that. I think for everyone else, it probably. I'd accept a silver, but I think I enjoyed playing it so much that for me, it was just that sort of cacophony of fucking the biggest open world games I've ever played. It is just mad chaos. It is Red Dead. It is fucking Witcher. It's Elden Ring. It's Zelda. All mashed
Elden
into
Ring
a
and Zelda
game.
didn't exactly have fucking Oscar-worthy stories. That's not.
Exactly.
They were given a free fucking pass for that.
That's what you have to do. It's just you have to.
Maybe they should have just done the Elden Ring approach and made it so backwards that it's like I can't even begin to understand this. Like, I know roughly what I'm doing here, but everyone's talking riddles, and then there'll be a YouTube out of it, and then people don't complain about it. When you try and put cutscenes and characters in there, people are like, "Well, that's not very good, is it?" And it's like, "Well, just make it really obscure, and then scare people off and go, oh, you didn't get the meaning of it," and they're like,
"Oh no!" But yeah,
well, lovely jubbly.
Loved it. I want to play more.
Crapped it at the end. Crimson Desert Gold from Steam. What could they possibly add DLC wise? I mean, what have they not got in there?
I mean, I'd like to see more of them other characters and give them a bit of fucking.
So actually, you'd like a bit more of a story.
Yeah, a bit more because they like say there'll be like a part in the story where Cliff's, not feeling very well. Let's just say, and then so they chuck you. But it's literally just one mission, and then you're back with him, and it's just they've just literally gone, oh shit, we've got them 2 other characters, haven't we? What can we do? Right, jam them in.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see some stories where you're fully using them and you explore
Got their own
That's
campaign
what-
to go on, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And I think that is looking on the sort of File Factory and stuff. I think that's what I did, is the same approach that everyone else did. They didn't feel the need to play as those other characters. They are literally worthless being there. It's just, I think, fucking Alan in corporate's gone, no, that's a brilliant feature, we need that. So, yeah, I'd like to see maybe that for DLC. I mean, I don't know what else. I think just carry on what they're doing now. Just keep these big updates coming. And just try and sort of mold it into the way people. They seem to be listening to the community so much. Like when people requesting features and stuff.
Yeah,
and
that
what
can
to
be
do.
perilous though, because sometimes the community in games
Can.
are fucking the most arse backwards people you'll find. But in this case, they seem to have at least picked the good ideas and the obvious ideas. Like, yeah, we could change that. We could improve it. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how it develops. And then it more so though, and I think about this when I think back to Expedition 33, like their next game.
Yeah.
Can you take all the learnings from
That's
scratch
it,
and
yeah.
go, okay, whilst we're incubating this from the beginning, here's what we know didn't work, here's what we know does work. Now, here comes the king. But no
Here
doubt it'll
comes
be
the
Crimson
That'd be
Desert too. And
interesting.
if I get stuck behind the franchise, I'll have 400 hours of 2 back-to-back bloaters to get through. Otherwise, I'll miss Cliff's full arc, and that'll really annoy me. So I'll have to at some point get on this, because they're not going to stand on ceremony. They've got something good here.
No.
So, excellent. Crimson Desert Gold.
Loved it.
Steam. Taking the titles. And we'll see if we've got any extras from Cliff's Adventures and if anyone else picks it up. I said I will. It's on radars, but I want it to be settled for a little bit. But these developers seem like they're going to be just daily changing things, so it'll be a little while. And yeah, unfortunately, there's no games ever to play, so I'm just sitting here not playing anything. It's not like there's 2 million games coming out in May, so I'm really going to struggle to pass the time there. But yeah, Crimson Desert of Gold, as usual, will bid you adieu, and we'll see you on the other side. Biff, undisputed first boxing game in, what, 10 years? More than that, actually. Let's have a look. Fight Night was the last one I played.
Yeah, I think it was the last one I've done as well.
Fight Night Round 4 was 2009. So that's... Fuck! That's 17 years, give or take. What about Champion? 2011. That was the last one I played. That had a little story in it. I don't know if you ever...
No, I never got
played
into
that one. No. So it would have been one of the Fight Nights. I remember Fight Night, I think it was round 3 that came to like 360, and that was like a next gen version of it. And I was like, wow, this will never be beaten in terms of graphics or whatever. But for whatever reason, we don't get that many boxing games. So it's the first one in earnest in about 15, 16 years. I used to play the Knockout Kings game on PS2 or 1. I can't remember which they came out. I don't know if you ever had a go at those back in the day.
I had Ready to Rumble, that's what I had.
I was going to ask you about that because, yeah, I never played it, but someone I know had it, and it's a bit more of a light-hearted version of boxing, wasn't it? But what's put you on to going after Undisputed? Like I said, it is the only boxing game in town, seemingly. It's the first licensed boxing game since 2011, so it's got some of the real-life fighters, not all of them. That's always been a problem with boxing. They can't wrangle everyone. And obviously there's like a million divisions as well, so things do get spread a bit thin. But have you just been waiting since 2011 to play a boxing game and just been every year going, oh, another year, no boxing game?
Every now and again, I just get like an itch to play like a certain style of game, and for the last sort of year, I've just really wanted to have a go at a boxing game. I did download UFC 3,
Yeah.
but I don't know enough about UFC, and it just seemed too complicated because I could stand up, and then as soon as it went to the ground, I was like, oh, I've lost. I don't know what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
So when I saw it was coming out, and then it was on PS Plus for free, I was like, I might buy a PS Plus, but then I found it for like 15 quid, and I thought, for the sake of 15 quid, let's have a go, see what it's like.
It can be sent back and traded in, and then you
Yeah,
get
exactly.
get hopefully at least half your money back, if not more. Basically the UFC games replaced the boxing games, like because EA used to do the Fight Night games. They didn't do the first 2 or 3 UFC games, but then they got the license for that, and they've been bringing them out every couple of years. I think I played up to UFC 3, including the 2 Undisputed games, and then fell off a little bit of the sport itself. But yeah, I've always had a keen eye on having some sort of boxing game because, like you said, there's something 17 years, 16 years unique in this day and age for these to even exist. But it felt like there was a little bit of a boom with British boxing as well. We had like Joshua, Fury, and like the heavyweights going out. They never actually fought, but at least it feels to me. I don't know if it's quite like that now, but a few years ago, you had Deontay Wilder. Like there was like a big scene. It felt like there was like big fights that we would watch.
It died for quite a while, didn't it? Boxing, I think
it is like that. It kind of just like peaks and has peaks and troughs, isn't it? And then suddenly, like a few good fighters in one division come along, and then it captures sort of people's imagination to watch it. Because we watched a few fights didn't we, around here, and I think we went out to a pub and watched a couple as well. And people getting leery, standing in the way of tellies, causing problems. Want to get in the ring themselves. But I don't know where we're at now in terms of the boxing world. It feels like you got this. I don't know if you've seen like Zuffa Boxing come along and started to ruffle feathers. Eddie Hearn not happy, and Dana
cried
White.
for Conor Benn, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so there's a little bit of that could fracture the sport a little bit more in the short term, a bit like Live Golf did with the golf.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see what happens there.
I think the YouTube stuff has sort of fucked it up a bit as well.
Oh, you're right. You know what? That's such a massive thing now. That has absolutely changed the game for better or for worse, isn't it? Like that's crazy. Who did he fight? And he fought Joshua, didn't he, Jake Paul?
Yeah.
Got his fucking jaw broken.
Yeah. I'm annoyed it didn't hurt him more. I didn't want him to ever be able to talk again, but Joshua went easy on him. But yeah, I think that sort of made it a bit. It's muddied the water a bit where you can just fight anyone, you just have a bit of beef. They make 150 million. I can see why they do it for the money, but for people that actually enjoy watching it, you just think, well, this is just like shit, isn't it? Like, I don't really want to watch it, but everyone watches it. It's
we're all
stupid.
part of the problem. Sat down and watched it all. We'll watch, and we'll be sitting there front row for Carl Froch and John Fury when they go at it.
That does happen. That one.
So it's not all bad, some of these strange fights, but yeah, the YouTube stuff has absolutely changed the game completely. Interesting. Undisputed. It came out in 2024-ish. I think it was in early access on Steam for a year or two. It's actually called the Boxing Club, back in the day, and they changed its name to Undisputed. Did you remember it coming out sort of in 2024 and then at that point thinking, I want to get it? Or is it something you just saw on your travels afterwards? So, I didn't even know there was a fucking boxing game out.
No, I did know it was out. And I sort of did have a quick look at the reviews, and I think it got sort of positive, but there was a few sort of mixed bags in there. They were saying it wasn't quite this, it wasn't quite that, and I thought, actually, I'll stand back. But like I say, because I saw it for like such a cheap amount of money, I thought, for 15 quid, you can't really go wrong, can you? But yeah, I did know it was out because I was sort of looking at it. But when the reviews came in, I sort of took a step back from it.
Yeah, I think I did my eye on it for sure, and then saw middling. I think it's got a 73 on OpenCritic, which isn't a disaster. Obviously, we always look through the lens of Fantasy Gaming League, and if you get that, you might as well pack up for the year. But there's a lot of games floating in and around that I think are worth playing, so it doesn't mean it's a complete stinker. And you always wonder who's going to be reviewing these boxing games when there hasn't been one for so long. It's hard to get their head around it. But that's why we've got experts like you. Fully trained up, did one MMA session. Did you ever try the boxing? I don't think you did. No. I went to one boxing thing years ago and puffed out after one. But
it's too hard. We've done one kickboxing, didn't we? I've done one UFC with you. Got the shit kicked out of me both times, and I thought, you know what? This is harder than it looks.
It's just the physical stamina you need to get through the class. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So mad
Hot
respect.
as well.
there.
They didn't even have any windows. That didn't
No,
help, did it?
no, nothing like that. It's just absolute sweatbox in there as well, just to really put the pain in. So, not ideal circumstances. So we pick up Undisputed for a cheap price, thinking, well, if it goes wrong, it's not the end of the world, and we can sell it on. I'm really interested in how the game works because I've played like Knockout Kings, which didn't have analog sticks to flick for like punches, and I remember the Fight Night games. You sort of use the right stick to sort of you'd hook and you'd like flick it forward for a jab, then an uppercut. You'd pull it down and up a little bit. How does Undisputed work from a control perspective? Because it's kind of everything. Because if this doesn't work out, then it's kind of dead on arrival, isn't it?
So there's sort of two ways you can play it. You can use the stick, the right stick, I believe it is, to throw jabs and things like that.
Right.
Or you can use triangle, square, X and 0 or
Right.
O. And it's sort of left hook, left jab, right jab. And then if you hold bumper, I think it then makes it hard. So it's like a super jab, super hook, but it takes away more stamina. And if you hold trigger and bumper, this isn't precise, but it's giving you an understanding. It then does the same punches, but lower body.
Right, so that's
that
a modifier to go down, yeah.
Yeah, basically. So it's something like that. So that's what I used. But again, I think you can use the stick sort of up jab, and then you again push the buttons, bumper for harder punch, trigger for low punch. And if you hold both, obviously it's hard, low punch.
Yeah.
So it is quite good. It's sort of quite, I don't know what the word is, like it's easy to pick it up. It makes sense. The actual jabbing. And the actual like offence, it was more the defence I struggled with. I couldn't get my head around it at all.
So you used the face buttons, did you say, for your attacks? You were using the button. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you try the sticks at all? Or were you like, I just don't like the idea? What's the default, by the way? Is it one or the other, or?
No, it just lets you do both. Because a couple of times I'd be fighting and I'd accidentally knock the stick.
Oh, you don't change it? It's not a set. It's active all the
you can
time.
do both. Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. So a couple of times I got sort of just left myself wide open, just not meaning to do it. But yeah, it was pretty intuitive. It was more the defensive stuff that I struggled with. You have like, so again, it's like block, high block, low block.
Yeah.
You have dodge, and then you have something else, which is like
parry.
It's not even parry. It's like feint.
Okay.
Where you can sort of lure them in, but what the problem for me was I didn't know what their tell was.
Right.
So I didn't know what they were going to do. So I was like, do I block this? Do I feint it? Do I slip it? And then in the end, I just get knocked out. And I was like, right, that's impossible. But they seemed to be able to read everything I was doing. And that's where
it's a computer, innit? They say they're not reading what you're doing, but they are. We've seen.
Well, it 100% was, yeah.
Interesting. So overall, what did you think? Do you think it's we'll talk about the defensive stuff, but for the offense, at least, or the attack, did you feel like, this is a good option? If I want to use the stick, I can, but I'm happy using the buttons, and at least I can navigate this and, structure my attacks how I want to, and not just bumbling and button mashing.
Yeah, it was good in regards to that, the offence. Because it says in the beginning of the game, try to keep them guessing. So don't just use one button.
Try and keep the cheating computer guessing. Yeah, that's good. Isn't it? Thanks, mate.
Yeah, basically. So it'd be like, jab, uppercut, low shot or whatever, and just to try and mix up a combo so it keeps them guessing. But yeah, like I said, they were like fucking clairvoyant because they just knew everything I was going to do, no matter how much I mixed it up, which was frustrating.
Did you come up with any like combinations that you'd go to, like jab, hook, uppercut? Did you like have any like little patterns that you picked up on that you were using, or were you just sort of randomly chucking things out there and hoping something sticks?
I did have like I think it was like jab, low punch, hook.
Right.
But if you caught them with a hook, it was an absolute devastator. But I think basically what happened was it worked once, and I was like, right, that is the perfect combo.
That's a silver bullet there.
And I just stuck with that. But I don't think it worked ever since. But I was like, that's the one to do.
Interesting. Well, let's talk about this defensive part. I mean, it sounds like it's not necessarily the controls, but it's more the tells, like you said, being able to respond. I don't know what the solution is to that, in all honesty. I don't know if you thought about this, whether they should make the animations more obvious, or I don't want to slow the game down. Obviously, it's got to be what it's got to be. But Any ideas how they can fix this for a future edition or a tweak or someone's
Well,
listening?
I did think about the animation and just thinking, make it more obvious what they're going to do. The problem is that if they're going to try and make it realistic,
Well,
you're not going to know what the
no, that's
opposition's
half
going to do.
the skill.
But there's like 4 difficulties, and at the first instance, I played it in it's like normal basically. I think it's
Right.
called novice, and then there's amateur, which is below that. Oh
Yeah.
no, sorry, amateur is normal.
Yeah.
Novice is easy. Then there was professional and undisputed. So at the beginning, I played it on sort of amateur, and I was just getting battered. And I thought, how on earth would you knock this up 2 levels and go, right, let's have a go at
Yeah.
it? Like, I just thought I can barely land a punch. Like my fight ratio was like 10 fights, 2 wins, 8 losses. And I was getting knocked out so much. And I understand, like, people might be looking at this going, we obviously just shit at the game. And that's a very fair assumption. But I normally can pick up a game and sort of have a go. But I was just going, I cannot get their tells. I don't know what they're going to do. And yet when I have a go, it was just like block high, block low, dodge. And then when you sort of go for a heavy punch, you leave yourself open to a counter. And then that's when they can really knock a lot off you. So if you do go for it, you get sort of obliterated basically. And the computer always seemed to know when to do that, even when I was playing it on amateur.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I found it quite difficult.
It's going to be an all-out attack and hope you get rid of them early and overwhelm them. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what the solution is really for things like that. Is there like a tutorial or like a camp or like a way you can learn? Like, probably has bits in there, but I'm talking about something that's a bit more in depth that will train you almost so you can get the gist of it.
So at the beginning, there is a camp you go into,
Yeah.
but it's sort of a bit of a piss take because it's just like a body. It's just a corpse
Right,
that doesn't
yeah.
fight back. And it goes, this is what you do. And then it will say, oh, this one's about to jab at you now. Block high, block low, and that's dodge. And you're like, right, okay. But then when you've got someone that's moving around and then they've got like 15 different combos and you're like, okay, no, this isn't like the corpse I was just fighting in the training room.
Yeah.
The jump is massive. It's not like, oh... You know, and bearing in mind when like I've done like a career, when you start, you're fighting bums in like the bottom of a basement.
Yeah.
And then I was getting battered, like I said. And I just thought that the difficulty was very hard, and just being able to read what the computer was going to do was hard, but yet the computer seemed to know everything I was doing.
So what modes have they got then? They've got obviously a career mode, which we can dig into. Is there any other interesting, obviously exhibition, I would imagine, like 1v1s? Is there like a tournament mode or...
There's like an online
as
thing
well?
you can do. Yeah, there was an online thing. I didn't really go too much into it. So I'd done the career mode from start to finish. And I did have a couple of exhibition fights where you can just fight whatever, like a one-off. And there is an online mode where you can, they basically, I think they give you challenges.
Right, like daily challenges that you log on
yeah.
and... Right. Oh,
Yeah. And then there was sort of like ones where you could fight online and fight against sort of other people. But I didn't really go too much into that. It was more the career I sort of concentrated on.
So in the career, you create your own boxer, or can you take a pro and then rebuild
Either.
them? You can do either of those. So you can do that. You chose to create your own boxer. How many careers did you try, or did you go through just one in the end?
3.
3. Okay, so talk us through that process, because that's how Logan plays Football Manager. He goes 18 saves until he finally wins the league with Spurs.
So the first one, I just sort of loaded it up, thought I'd create a fighter, realised I'd sort of blown it a bit, but I thought I'll give it a go. And like I said, I had 10 fights, lost 8, won 2. And I was like, right, this isn't working. So then I changed the fighter, and you get like statistics and you can change the statistics. So I concentrated on it a bit more, and I gave him actually a longer reach. So I thought that'll be the way to go. Yeah, but just missed a tickle. But again, it didn't go too well. I think, again, I was like 16 fights. I lost like 10, I think I won 6. And then basically the third time I just knocked it down to like bum level.
Right.
So I was fighting on novice.
Yeah.
Started it again, and I had more success then, but it was just so, like, I think in my career I had 35 fights, won 35, 30 by knockout.
Yeah.
So it was just, it
Too
just went
easy.
from, it was just one, it was like just hitting a punch bag basically. Still got knocked down a couple of times, but yeah.
Well, Went undefeated though, which is
Yeah.
which is pretty good. How does it work then? So you start off in the clubs, I assume, down in the bins. Do you fight? Then you train to like build your stats up. If you like take damage, does it shorten? Because UFC used to have this thing where if you got knocked out, it would shorten your career essentially. There's like a bar at the top between each fight that would go like tick down. And if you got knocked out, it'd take a big chunk out of it. Or if you had a really like grueling match, is there anything like that in the game, or is it just fight as many as you want and then you end whenever?
Yeah. No, I didn't see anything like that, and I did think about that because when I've played UFC, I remember that because I could get knocked out in that as well, and I was like,
I'm only going to get 5 fights out of this, and I'll be retired.
But I didn't see anything like that. But it's like really weird. So basically, you go into a training camp, you have to hire a manager. You have to hire a trainer.
Yep.
Who obviously trains you, a cut guy, and
Right.
a promoter.
Eddie, is he in it?
Eddie. He's not. No.
Are any of
And
them in
then-
it? Do you recognise any of the promoters, or are they all made
No,
up?
no. I
just
think
as
I
well?
think they're pretty much made up.
Okay.
And they all have a rating. So when you start, they're all like E.
Right.
basically,
Yes.
And then you go up to A. But with your trainer, you can actually improve them as you go on. But the other two, you can't improve them. You can only just hire a better one. And it's weird. So you start the camp, you go into camp, and then you have to pass a week on. So you click a button and it passes a week on. And when you can go into two options when you pass the week on. You can either lose weight or you can train stamina.
Right.
So you click a button and your stamina goes down,
Yep.
but your weight goes down. So let's say I'm doing weight,
Yeah.
and you want to keep the weight in the green needle.
Yep.
Obviously, if you're too heavy, you can't fight. If you're too underweight, you can't fight. You have to keep it in a thing. If it goes into amber, then when you go to fight, you're then sluggish, so it will take points off you.
Right. Like debuff you your stats. Or
Yeah.
whatever. Okay.
And then it's the same with the stamina as well. But all you do is you click a button, the needle does that. The next week you switch it from stamina to, or like weight to stamina. Click it again. The weight sort of goes up a little bit. The stamina comes down a lot. And you're just trying to balance this needle and then go, right, I'm ready for a fight now.
Yeah.
So it's sort of a weird thing. You can't train. You don't go into a boxing gym and train and improve your stats that way. You just,
I see.
it's sort of a bit of a weird concept. You just button clicking, just keeping these arrows in the speedometer of the
Yeah.
green section, basically. And then when you get a fight week, it'll say how many weeks training do you need, and you do all this in the contract. So it might be like 3 media bits you've got to do,
Yeah.
8-week camp, and then you have to do different things in that 8 weeks. So you'll click, I don't know, sparring, which will
Yep.
improve your stamina and strength. Then you'll do like text, or you'll do like a webcam for your sort of the media, but that
Right.
means your weight's starting to go up.
Yeah,
your
'cause
you're
yeah.
losing stamina. So you all you're doing is just button clicking, trying to keep all the bars level. And then also the gyms, you pay a certain amount to do it, to be in a gym.
Yep.
And the better you get, the better buffs you get. So one of the gyms, you can't get hurt in it, but other gyms you can train, get hurt,
right.
and then again it debuffs you because you've done things like that. So it's a bit crap, to be honest, because all I found like I was doing was just keeping this. I was so stressing about keeping the needles, keeping my weight in the right thing. You're not actually playing anything. You're just button clicking to keep arrows and numbers where you want them to be, basically.
Was it hard to do that, or did you get a system down where it became easy and you was always in the green for everything, or was there?
Yeah, once you learn it, once you get the system, it's actually really boring because you're
Yeah.
literally just and there comes a point where your stamina can't drop, so you get your stamina to 70 basically,
Yeah.
and then no matter what happens, your stamina will not go below 70.
Right,
And then when you go
okay.
into your fight week, you then raise your stamina up to 100, so it's like perfect,
Yeah. Right. Okay.
and then you just keep on top of your weight. But like I said, it's boring. You're not physically doing it. You're just clicking a button, just trying to keep these bars in the right place. It's pretty void of any sort of.
How long did that process take between a fight? Like, if you had one fight, it stops and it's like, right, I don't know if you choose your opponent, or if they put in past games you've got like a choice of 3 people that are like ranked differently. Some are ranked higher and whatever, but you'd have your opponent fixed, and then like how long would that process take of going through the camp before you're into the next match?
Probably like to get yourself fit, once you know how to do it, it's probably like 5 weeks. So you're clicking the button 5 times basically, and then you can pick an opponent, and then that's when you do your contract,
Yeah.
and then you just have to work out how long you want the contract to be. So it might be like a 2-week fight camp or a 10-week fight camp. But the
Right.
10-week fight camps are more when you're sort of going for the
Higher
titles,
up,
like
yeah.
higher up. Yeah. When you're fighting the bums, you're just like 2 weeks, 3 weeks sort of thing.
Okay, so there's a bit of flexibility there. And how long would like a 10-week camp take you to get through? Like in your time, like clicking the buttons?
40 seconds, 50 seconds.
Oh, right. So you can burn
literally
through
just
the
clicking it.
career. Interesting.
Yeah. It's the fight that takes the time, because if
Yes.
some of the fights are like 10 rounds, 3-minute rounds, so you're talking like half-hour fight sort of thing there. But at the beginning, they're only like 3 or 4 rounds, so you sort of fly through it at the beginning.
Yeah, it's tricky because there's a balance there, isn't there? You want to keep the in-between fights engaging, but also you don't want to be there 45 minutes between fights having to do mini games, or do you know what I mean? There is a balance, I think, of trying to find something. That sounds like they've gone too far the other way where it's just boring, but at least I suppose you're in your matches quickly
Quicker.
and you're not fucking
It
about.
sort of depends what you want, but there was like when you're training your boxer, to improve their stats, you're literally just clicking a button. So you're just choosing, what should I do? Strength, and it will improve your strength by like 5 points. And it's like, I'd rather actually maybe do a bit of sparring, or like it doesn't have to be like when you say like a mini game. Because I remember I think there was one where you'd have to do like in Fight Night, you'd have like it'd say like triangle, square, X, and you have to do it in order to try and improve your sort of your stats. Something like that wouldn't have gone amiss, but it depends what you're into, isn't it? If you just want to fight and you want the fights to get round quick, I suppose it's for the best, but I just found it a bit disengaging.
Yeah, well, I think UFC 3 had like a you could skip it if you wanted to, essentially. I mean, and you wouldn't get the results. You wouldn't get like 100% results. Whereas if you played it and done really well, your score was high. You'd get basically the ceiling was higher if you played it, but you could just skip through it. So I think having them there and then having the option to skip it would be the way to do it, wouldn't it? Like, then if you want to do it, or if you think, I can't be bothered, I'll just skip through it, then there's a bit of a trade-off there. And one thing is the mini games, though, some of them are awful and like impossible, so you just get like 10%. You'd be like, that was a waste of like that week or whatever it was.
It
was really, you have to make sure they are doable and interesting, which is not easy. So what sort of stats do you have? How many is there like 10 stats, or is it like 5? Like strength, speed, durability, I'd imagine stamina, obviously.
Basically, it was strength, speed, durability. I think there was about 10. I'm trying to think what else there was. It was like healing was one of them.
Okay.
And then they go into like little bits, like how long it take, like recovery. Like if you get hit, are you good at recovering, or does it take you fucking ages to do it? There was quite a few. I'm trying to think what else there was. No, off the top of my head, I can't really remember, but there was quite a few.
Yeah. Can you choose your entrance music when you create your fellow? Or do they have entrances and things like that, or do they just appear in the ring?
You can skip all that. You can pick an entrance song, but all the songs weren't licensed music. It was And I was a bit like, I'm not even going to bother watching that then, because it's not a proper song. But you can choose different, I don't know, types of music, like rock or grunge or rap or whatever. What are you into?
Toilet.
Yeah, just generic music.
No good. So I watched it. I was going to play this as well because it was on PlayStation Plus Essentials. I think I claimed it. I downloaded it, and then you were feeding back that it was a bit middling at best, and there's some of the issues you were having. And then I did see quite a few videos, and it's not the same as playing it, where it just something looked off. Like sometimes it didn't like the punches were registering. I saw someone really thunder someone around the side of the head, and his head just went like a tiny little bit, and then he was just carrying on. Another one where it didn't even look like he hit him, and he just fell down and was like completely KO'd. Like I may have only seen like the worst of the game because these weren't like
taking a dive.
Yeah, well maybe that should be an option in the game. But something looked off, is what I'd say. Is that accurate, or actually when you play most of the matches, it at least feels like it's performing how it should be, and the connections and the punches are landing and not landing? Because I think at that point, it can really go south if things don't feel like you're landing your punches, or when you're getting hit, you're like, well, that just scraped my eyebrows and I'm having big chunks of health taken off. So put it to bed.
I'd say on the whole, it's pretty good. I would probably go about 85% it's good. But there would be times it was weird because you'd have like 2 or 3 fights where everything was fine, and you might have a
Right.
fight and go, but I've hit him like 8 times and everyone's not caught him. So
Yeah.
it seemed like one fight would just be bullshit, and it do you know what I mean? It wasn't like it was consistent all the way through every fight. It was just like every now and again you'd have a fight and you'd be like, what is going on? But I did have it a lot in regards to like obviously you do like the high punches, but he would just punch up, like literally punch.
I've
above
seen
his
that,
head.
yes, yeah.
And I was like, why have you done that for? What's happened there? And other times where he'd punch, but he'd punch through the opponent's face.
Yeah.
And his glove would be on the other side. And I was like, right, okay. That happens. So I had 30 fights, probably 6, 7 fights. You'd see that. And it does take the edge off because you're like, well, this is shit.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel good. Another thing I found as well with it is that the movement was really sluggish. Like you couldn't, there was a bit where you could knock someone out and they're like wobbling and they would walk away, but they could seem to walk away quicker than I could walk towards them. There
Finish
wasn't
them
like
off,
yeah. There was no like sprint where I could go, right, I'm going to get at him. It was like he still humbered over at the same speed he would if they were just meeting in the middle of the ring.
Yeah.
I found that really cumbersome and frustrating. There's probably a button you could push and I just didn't know it, but I did have a quick look and there was a button where you could lower your hands and it said it made you move quicker.
Wow.
But if you haven't put your hands back up, if he comes round, he'll take your head off. So I didn't really like that idea.
Interesting. So is there like, I take it there's like a health and a stamina bar in the match. Is that the tell of when you're going to knock someone down when their health goes down? And then stamina over time normally drains off, and is like a restriction on how many punches you can throw effectively? Is that how it kind of works with those two bits?
Yeah, pretty much. You have the health and you have the stamina, like you say. The more punches you throw, the quicker the stamina goes down. And the commentators will even say, oh, he's throwing a lot of punches. He needs to remember this is a 10-round fight. So the commentator even reminding you. You have another thing where you have like cut, swell, head, body. And if one of those it's like tiny little bars. And the more you hit someone in the head, the bar will go up and up and up. When it gets to red, it will flash. And that's when you know you can then go for a knockout. Even if their health might be quite high.
Right, okay.
That's more the tell of if you're going to knock someone out. Or if you get a cut or a swell. So when you go to the corner after a round, it will say, oh, his right side is quite swollen. You can get the fight stopped if his eye is too swollen, or if he has a really bad cut, you can keep going for the same side of his face.
Right, I see. And then end it that way. Do the cuts and the swelling when you do that look bad enough that they should have called it off, or you'd be like, they've overshot the...
They do look quite bad. The problem is that when you get a swell or a cut, it has a cut or a swell, and every single time it will say, the ref will stop the fight, have a look, and go, right, it's okay to carry on.
Yeah.
You'll never stop it the first time.
Right, it's never instant.
But it'll stop it the second or the third, but it looks exactly the same. And I'd be like,
Okay.
well, who's calling the shots here? He should have been put, So that was a little bit, I thought you could have done something with that. That's just sloppy, that is. You could have made the cut worse, or, more blood or whatever, just to make it seem like it's gone up a notch. That's why they're stopping it.
Do the knockdowns feel satisfying when you really connect with people? Or... Because sometimes, sometimes in games like this, when it's the impact of how it feels, and then it's also the animation of the way they fall over. I remember on some of the old fight nights, they would fall down, like, you'd punch them like in the chin, they'd fall down holding their stomach, and you're like, wait, look, what we doing? I just fucking chinned him, and he's down. Is he taking a dive now? That's what I was going through the back of my head. But yeah, how's the animations? Because I think that's one of the most satisfying things about a boxing game, isn't it? Being able to just clean someone's clock, and then for it to feel like you've really laid them out and they've gone down like quite naturally.
Yeah, so I thought it was actually pretty good. When you hit someone, they do sort of spin, or they do sort of, their head does go back, and the sweat and everything.
Yeah.
So they sort of slow it down once you've knocked them out, and it is quite good. The thing that bothered me is when you knock them out, it counts, and they always get up at the same time. So if they get up after 5, they get it. Like if the count gets to 5 or 6, they'll get up. If the count gets to 8, you've knocked them out. No one got up at 9 or 8, and I was like, again, just make it. You must be able to randomise that. You must, just to keep you a bit. Have I knocked him out? Have I not? But it'd get to 7, you go, he's done.
Yeah.
He's not getting. 100%, he's not getting up now. But
Not
that
like
was
real
one of
life
my-
with Fury when he got up at the deck of Wilder on like 8 or 9, just popped up.
exactly. Yeah, it makes it more interesting.
When you're knocked down, is there like a game to get yourself back up, or is it just you can't have any control. If you're too cooked, you're cooked for the fight.
There is, and it's fucking impossible. So basically, you have a left and a right trigger. There's a bar, and then there's a red gauge on either bar, and they go up and down like that. And you have to squeeze the trigger and keep the line in the red bit. But it sounds really stupid, but trying to look at two things and hold two triggers is a lot harder than what it sounds. And I'd be like, oh my God. And depending on how bad you were knocked out, how quickly they move, sort of thing, if that makes sense. But more often than not, the first knockout, you could actually do it. The second knockout, you need to have you need basically a bloke on either trigger, looking one, because it was just impossible. But I suppose that is what being knocked out is, isn't it? It boggles your brain. But yeah, I found that hard.
We should add that to the train drivers qualification. See how many people squeak through then. Last thing I wanted to ask about is like the performance of the game and the technical side of it, like in terms of crashes, how it ran, etc. Where did it stand on performance and technical standings?
So I had a lot of crashes with it. A lot of crashes. One of them you managed to fix.
When you power cycle the console, yeah.
Yeah. So basically that happened, and then every time I just turn it off, turn it back on again, start the fight, win the fight, and then the screen would go black, the whole thing, start again. And that happened like 5 or 6 times. You said, what did you say? Unplug it, turn it off properly, plug it back in.
Yeah, unplug all the stuff, turn all the plugs off, leave it for a minute. I mean, it's the sort of bollocks that I don't even follow myself, but I thought for the sake of... Because I knew it was your last fight or something, wasn't it, in the career mode? So I was like, you might as well just roll the dice of it, and then managed to fix it.
I did that and it worked. And that wasn't my last fight. That was like fight to become number 3.
Oh, okay.
Won it, and then when I got to the fight to win number 1, I won the fight, and literally it just went black and the whole thing done again. And I was like, oh, do you know what? And I never turned it on again because I was like, fuck that. So basically, yeah, I did have a few performance issues with it. Just you win a fight, it just goes black. That was it. And like I said, I've done the power cycle thing, but I shouldn't have to be doing that.
No,
it should just,
it should just work.
Yeah. So yeah, a few issues, which is pretty poor, I think, because it's been out for quite a long time. And when I Googled it, it was like quite a common thing. Lots of people had said that as well. So I was like, this should be fixed by now.
Yeah, it's been out enough time, certainly. It's not going to get... Well, they probably are still working on it, but not as much as they would have been, obviously, when it released. Did it happen randomly and then didn't happen the second time? Was it always like if it happened, it would always happen at the same point? Or did you have a few random ones during a fight?
No, it always happened at the same point. Always after a fight. It's like going to the loading screen. You won the fight, and it's loading you back into.
It wouldn't save that fight being won then.
No, just wouldn't save it, and then you'd have to just exactly, and then do the whole thing again.
Bloody hell! Yes, that's not up to snuff, is it? That's really, especially if you was on a bit of a harder difficulty where it was a real struggle to get past someone, and like you did it, and then it did that, you'd be like, right. Just sweated my guts out for 45 minutes trying to outpoint him, and then got a split decision. Then it goes, and you got to do it all again. That would be really fucking annoying. Last question, actually. What's the roster like for the licensed boxers? I mean, they're never going to be fully complete. There's always people missing. There's contracts. We know the game of boxing's not very unified. So it says here they've got 70 licensed boxers, which sounds like quite a lot. But
a lot of them are behind. You have to pay for them. I found. So there's a lot of boxers on there, but you have to pay for a lot of them if you want them. So a lot of the boxers that are licensed, I don't know how the licensing works, but a lot of them are retired. So I thought Groves, Brock, Sugar Ray Leonard, do you know what I mean? I've just put them all in my roster. So I was fighting blokes that hadn't had a fight in like 30 years. Fury was on there.
Right, yes.
Ricky Hatton. So I think I'm not too up to date with my boxers. I know Fury was on there. Canelo was on there. He's still going, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. I'm just looking at the add-ons on the store. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 add-ons that you can buy with like packs of fighters, basically.
Yeah. So a lot of those are behind a paywall. I think it's called. So you have to buy them. So when they say 70, it ain't. Like the top sort of 15, 20 boxers. No, not even that. In my weight, I would probably say the top 7, 8 were actually licensed boxers. The other 40 blokes below that were just random people they'd made up.
Interesting. Yeah, there's like a championship upgrade, which is 40 quid on its own, and that has 4 of these packs. One of them's got Jake Paul in it, so
Well,
Manny
There you go.
Pacquiao here. Roy Jones is on his own for £3.20 for 93 version.
but Manny Pacquiao,
Interesting.
he's not fought in 20 years.
Well,
Do
he's
you know
coming
what I'm
back,
saying?
isn't he? He's fighting Mayweather, so it's up to scratch now. Is Mayweather in it?
I can't remember. I don't think he was. He might. Yeah, I can't. I don't. I didn't see him if he was, but I don't think he was.
Interesting.
AJ wasn't. I saw that.
Undisputed, the problem child. There you go, Jake Paul. That is on its own $15.99, so that's nearly more than the game you paid.
Just
to
for
get-
Jake, just fucking Jake Paul.
You get Zhang, who's heavyweight. You get Manuel Marquez, Morales, Barrera, Buster Douglas. He's long gone, and then Otto Wallin. Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that actually. That's quite. I mean, it makes sense to a certain extent, but if you'd paid full whack for this day one,
Yeah.
you'd be a bit sick. I think seeing that they're already
Another
moaning it went on the fucking PlayStation Plus. They're like, well, it's free now. I was like, well,
Another thing I wanted to say is I feel like the game as well. It's more encouraging you to win a game on points than it is to win a game by knockout or win a fight by knockout. Sorry, which I did think like if you're a boxing purist, it's probably a lot of boxing matches
Yeah.
are won by points, but you don't play a boxing game to win on points. You want to knock everyone out, don't you?
yeah, you want the
know,
game to be the fantasy of
Yeah,
the boxer.
you don't
rather
play
than-
FIFA and want to be Sean Dyche, do you? The manager. You want to play Barcelona football, and it's the same with like this. And there was a lot of fights where I was like, I'm really struggling to knock this guy out, and I was sort of slowly winning around 10-9, and I was like, oh, this isn't what I want. I just want to
Yeah.
knock him out first round.
Yeah, I can see that being annoying, but that might be a skill issue, Biff. You never know.
Well, that's probably. I mean, we say probably 100% it is, but there we go.
45 rubs it is on the store, so it's not up to the £70. But
Bargain.
well, we'll see, won't we? Any other business that you wanted to talk about when it comes to Undisputed, the first boxing game in decades? Wow.
Not really. Like I said, it was only the points thing that was bugging me a little bit. I just felt like it was more veered towards winning by points, but I suppose if you're a purist, that might be the best way. But I just wanted to knock people out.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough, especially on the lower settings. Like,
Yeah,
Did you think of doing another one and then going up to another level and just giving that a go? Now you'd bombed through or did that crash really just sour your grapes? It's like, I'm not even going back to this.
that's basically what happened. The crash did sour because I just thought I can't be bothered with this, especially if I'm going to start the whole career mode again. But I did think if I went in the career mode again, I would change the way I play it,
Right.
and I'd probably be a bit more successful. So I'd go up a level, just putting it on sort of normal or amateur,
Yeah.
and then I think I would actually win more fights by trying to win by points rather than trying to knock them out. So
Right, I see. Yeah.
that is probably my bad, but that's not the way I wanted to play it.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't. I want to play it my way.
How many hours do you reckon you put into it, roughly?
Probably 15 hours, I reckon. 10
Alright.
hours, something like that.
Yeah. And it's on PS5.
Yeah.
Base PS5 there. Just writing down the notes, that's all. Formalities now, if you've got nothing else to say. Undisputed can go into the gaming gallery. Gallery's Gaming of Games. And you can reward it. You've got your own little section, the little Biff area, where it's got all your games that you've put in there. Marked as platinum, gold, silver or bronze. So people look around and they go, oh, we gave that a platinum, the cunt. Or whatever they're saying. If you don't think it deserves to go in the gallery, you don't want to be associated with it in the future when people do have a little wander around. Tickets on sale soon. You can put it in self-storage, which is outside in the car park. Just an old container. Just chuck it in there. Doesn't necessarily have to have your name on there. People, when they exit, sort of have a little look and go, oh, all the dross is in there. So what do you want to do with Undisputed, the first boxing game since 2011?
I'm going to give it a bronze.
Okay.
So it's going to go in there, but I've got a feeling in my heart of hearts it's in there because it's the only boxing game.
It's the only game in town for that.
Yeah, basically. So if you've got a boxing itch, it's this or nothing. But when I used to play Fight Night, even when I played Ready to Rumble, I found them, from what I remember, more enjoyable than this. So I don't think it is a good boxing game. I just think it is a boxing game. And by default,
it's the boxing game.
Yeah, exactly. By default, it wins the best boxing game at the moment because it's the only one. But it's nothing to write home about. But if you can pick it up on like PS Plus or for £15, it's worth a few hours to throw in. But don't think you're going to be playing the next best thing ever because you ain't.
No. Would you prefer a more arcade version, do you think, of a boxing game? Having gone, because it's more of a simulator, isn't it? It's aimed to be, at least. So, do you think having a Ready to Rumble back would be more appealing to you, or do you still yearn for another crack at a simulation style?
I sort of like the more arcade version, but I like the career. I like getting a bum from bottom to top. So if they could mix the two, that's really what I'm after. That's the dream.
Well, I'll write to them and tell them. Say, look, here's the key idea, and see if we get an Undisputed Ready to Rumble knockoff in the future. But that's it. Undisputed earned itself a bronze, courtesy of Mr. Biff. The only boxing game in town, so it is the only thing. I think it is anyway. I've not actually done any research, but it's the only one I've seen that's, at least on consoles, that is going to... There might be some like really low level like Tutor on there knocking around, but this is the one if you want it, if you want to go into that world. But seems like it comes with some caveats, so that's that. Anyway, cheers, Biff. Good to speak to you. Undisputed bronze into gaming's gallery of games. For everyone else, we'll bid you adieu, and we'll see you on the other side. Mixtape Adkins. Utter woke nonsense is what I've been told.
Woke. Just for context, I don't know if they would hear my Crimson Desert review.
They would have done before, yeah.
IGN gave Crimson Desert a 6.
Yes.
They give Mixtape a 10.
Yes.
So let's just put that in there.
This is... For days, it was on a 94 on OpenCritic, and I was like, what is going on here?
Went up to 95, I think, didn't it, at one point?
Yeah. And I was like, wow, I might have to drop everything. And it seems like the universe has reset itself, because it's, as of today, it's on an 87.
It was on 89 earlier, so it's dropping and dropping.
Yeah, it's dropped a little bit. Because on Metacritic, it was on 85, and I was like, something's not right here. There's something,
when that was in its 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So something's happening. Anyway, it was the talk of the town for a while, and there was all manner of things being touted. Enough to lure Adkins in to go and play this on his PC using the Xbox app. Wink, wink. And getting a full set of achievements as well. So he's done everything that's possible.
Everything there is to do.
In terms of cards on the table for a mixtape, because the developer I'd never heard of before, Beethoven and Dinosaur, published by that Annapurna, so they've done about 6,000 indie games at this stage.
Yeah.
But
Australian, I think they are.
Are they?
Yeah, well, I'd never heard of them, although I have got a game wishlisted from them, which I wanted to play, was the Artful...
Escape,
that's the one, yeah. And yeah, people told me that was a really cool sort of one of these sort of short palate cleanser games.
Yes.
But yeah, I've got to say, I had it. I think I even messaged you saying, ain't this Don't Nod?
Well, it is sort of in that vein, isn't it? It's kind of, it feels, I've not played it, but yeah, it feels like it's in that vein. So is that the closest sort of comparison that one of those narrative tutors?
Well, that's what I would put it down to. Yeah, it reminded me a lot of Life is Strange. So yeah, it's just not in its structure, just in its sort of setting, the way it looks. It's certainly shorter. I don't think. How long were those Life is Strange? I'm thinking sub 10 hours.
Yeah, there was about 8.
I reckon this is about 3 hours. I reckon you can from Spring, but it didn't play. It's not like an episodic. Like you don't with those games, they were set in episodes, weren't they? And you
initially
play through them.
I think they still structure them in episodes. They did the last one I played, True Colours, but it came out in one go. But originally you had to wait.
Right, yeah.
that going
So
on for
this
some reason.
one, yeah, is a short experience. It is sort of set in chapters, but not in the same sense as Life is Strange. This one is set in tracks. So you play through
Right.
this mixtape of a certain amount of songs, and
Yeah.
and the songs are basically the chapters.
Yes.
And setting up the scene. It's got this weird stop motion. Have you seen the Spider-Man films, the
Yeah.
animated ones?
What was
What
that
are they called?
Xbox game that you played last year as well?
Oh yes, South by Midnight.
Yeah. Similar
Yes,
sort of
yeah,
thing
it
going
has
on there,
that
didn't
same
it?
sort of thing where it makes you think this fucking frame rate's playing up. But okay, it's one of those things where at first it's quite jarring. You're like, fucking hell, I'm not sure I like this. And then over time, your sort of brain gets used to it and it sort of just becomes the norm. And you're like, oh no, okay, it's just a stylistic thing.
Yeah.
So, setting the scene, this is set in sort of like a Midwestern American town,
Right.
and it's about three young adult or young, I suppose, teenagers, aren't they, on their last day of school, and it's just set over the day. They're sort of coming of age story of them sort of knowing that this is going to be the last day they're hanging out around with each other. And they've got to move on and grow up in the big fucking world,
Haven't
didn't they?
It's just, they should have. Someone should have sat and they haven't got to do any of this nonsense that you think you're to do.
Exactly.
Just do what you want.
Got to get your GCSEs. We know how fucking how pivotal
O
they
levels
are.
back then, wasn't it?
Of course, yeah, that's true. And yes, that is a good thing. This game is. It doesn't actually say when this is set.
Figure it out by the music, because the music's licensed, isn't it? Most of
It
it.
is, but to be honest, like this game should have hit me right in the fucking bollards because of its theme and settings.
Yeah.
I think there's about sub 30 songs in this. I think I only knew about 3 of them. Because there's ones you've heard of, but there was the songs were so sort of out there and it must have been from the creators. I've got to say, I didn't really know half of them. I wonder if that sort of diminished. Like, because I heard a review from someone else, and he was like, "Oh, I remember that being the song of our summer back in the day."
Yeah,
And I
I've
was like,
seen a lot
"Oh,
of that sentiment that
Mm.
that's probably carrying a lot of water, and I wonder if some of the younglings have got hold of it and gone, "What are they?" I've got no affinity. I've got no nostalgia for any of these
No,
songs. So
exactly.
without that, does it lose some of its impact?
And I'll be honest, I was expecting more of a sort of nostalgia trip. I mean, there is certain things on there, like one of the scenes that you pick up a cassette player and you have to sort of and you have to rewind it using a pen.
Oh,
And I was like,
yes.
fucking hell, cool. I remember having to do that back in the day. Or there's like a bit where you have to go into a Blockbusters and you're walking around a Blockbuster and you're like, well, this is
Actual
not
Blockbusters license.
Not actual
Oh,
Blockbuster,
okay.
nah, it's not,
damn it.
unfortunately. But it's you have to go and pick these that sort of thing. I'm like, right, yeah, this does make me feel. But I've got to say, out of all of the game, there was a lot of it just didn't feel like when I was growing up, and I wonder if it because it was set in sort of America and it was very Americanized in its
Yeah.
ways, like. You know, they're talking about doing this big road trip at the end of school, and you know, like
Yes.
this
It's like we
English
wouldn't
schools.
do that. We'd be like, we've dropped to Basildon and
No,
back, and it's like
Exactly, yeah.
it's not quite as big, is it?
I remember when everyone sort of started to drive cars and stuff, and
Straight to Mackie D's.
then exactly that's what we
Just-
do, like do a cruise of the seafront or something. We wouldn't go and like pivot women and sexually abuse them. It would be. Wouldn't not abuse them, shout things, you know.
I was gonna say. You lot up to scallywags.
Dirty bastards. But yeah, so they're talking about like this big grand road trip they're going to do, going to another state or something. You're like,
Yeah.
well, I don't know if I did that. And then like they're like all these massive house parties. And I remember having house parties as kids, but
Not to the scale
It
these
weren't
fucking
like-
Americans seemingly had it. Like,
exactly, yeah, you've got these red cup parties where people are jumping off of roofs
It's like
into
it's like
paddling
American Pie
pools.
and the prom, like being a massive deal. It's like, hang on a
Exactly.
minute, this is ours was fucking trash.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so I wonder if because we're not American, that's why a lot of it
Thankfully.
didn't really hit home. But no, I enjoyed my time with it. The thing with this game is people argue this isn't a game.
Yeah, it's
because
a
of what
constant battle of these.
Yeah.
And sometimes there's a valid case. Well, I don't think there's a valid, but
Mm.
I can understand where people are coming from.
Yeah.
But there are, I think there's some that I disagree with. All
Yeah.
the walking sims got bundled into that. It's like, oh, you're just walking around. I was like, yeah, but if you played Edith Finch, like, come on.
That's
like,
it, yeah.
There's loads
See,
of good shit in
I
that.
loved Edith Finch, yeah. It did have vibes of that in this, like, and I did love that. I do love these short, smaller experiences because they are a nice, especially after you've just played 100 hours of Crimson Desert, just to play something that's 3 hours long. But the trouble with the trouble is your
3%
mind.
that is of Crimson Desert.
Exactly. Unbelievable. But the thing is, the trouble is look at once you get these reviews come out. So I'm going in now. This is 10 out of 10, 95. So I'm going in expecting this to fucking blow my chops off.
This is the coup de
suck me
grace of narrative tutters.
Exactly. So I think I went into this with just like, right, this is going to be flawless.
The fifth coming.
just fifth coming. And okay, it's a very enjoyable game. It is different. I mean, it does have that similar sort of style to Life is Strange. And there's a lot of sort of quirky sort of mini games. It's like quick time event type things, but it's not generic. I don't know if you've seen one of the early ones where you've got to control fucking 2 tongues.
I see. I saw a screenshot of that. Yeah.
So they're like one of the first things you do is she's talking about her first kiss, and then so you're like on both analogs, you're then controlling each tongue, and it's little quirky things like that where you're a bit like,
Oh, he didn't expect us to unzip his trousers at that bit. Yeah, he's a few minutes in.
2 minutes in, got Stellar Blade waiting for the finale. But no, I think the best parts of these games is because you can tell that the creators are really into their music because of that game before. That was all based. I think they were in a band before, and then
Silly Bulldog.
I imagine them in a band. And I don't know if I think they must have done all right.
Are they bald? Can't tell.
No, I think they got big long hair. And they look crazy. The 2 chaps.
Hippies.
They do look hippies. And yeah, so you can tell. So the way that this game plays is, like I say, she's one of the main characters. She'll break the fourth wall and talk to you, and she'll give you like a synopsis of this song.
Yeah.
And then that episode will sort of coerce throughout the episode and sort of weave it's hard to explain. The gameplay will sort of intertwine with that song. So there's one level, for instance, like you're running along a strip, and you'll just be running along, and basically you just got to sort of slide and jump over obstacles, and then all of a sudden you'll be running through an area, and then there's all like people in the crowd that are starting to clap along with the song, and that's when this game shines. Is when it has little moments like that you sort of think, oh, that's
esque.
Yeah, that sort of thing. It's a bit like that. You'll be sort of playing and be like, oh, that's quite neat. That's quite fun. I like what they've done there. And yeah, it's just sort of, like I say, they've took massive inspiration from films like Ferris Bueller's Day Off, that sort of thing. Like you can tell, like I say, the setting of the game, it's got to be like 90s, sort of late 80s, early 90s, I think. But the music's it ventures from 60s to fucking 2000s music. It's a bit, it's very strange.
Interesting.
And there's some, like I say, there's some good things in this game, and some different mechanics. But yeah, I think that because there's not much control over the game, so you just be walking around the bedroom interacting with things for one bit.
Yeah.
Then, like I say, it turns into a little mini game, and it's just like a sort of series of almost like that little tech demo-y bits. That's what it felt like, a sort of stitched together of those.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wouldn't say its gameplay is its strongest thing. It's more, well, I say it's the story as well, but I mean, it seems to be moving a lot of people. It didn't really hit me in the bollards.
No, it's
Say, but like I say,
WarioWare
that
with a theme track, a theme song.
exactly, basically is.
Is there any? Is there any? Is it linear? Is what I'm saying. Like, do you
Yes.
make so? Because that's the thing about those other type of games, like Life is Strange. You kind of live and die by choices.
No.
This is like you play through the mini game and
Yeah,
you succeed, and then
That's
it
it,
moves
yeah,
on.
exactly.
There's no
Yeah, so, like,
divergence.
the game will open up and you're just skateboarding.
Yeah,
so these
I've seen
kids,
that.
these are like they're sort of young grungers we'd call them in down our way. So they're the
Scrogs.
alternative kids, the sort of outcasts. And it's just these three people. You've got the one that's like rebellious against her father's a copper, very strict parent. She's very rebellious. And then you've got the main character, Sarah, who wants to leave. She's going to move to New York to become to make
Prostitute.
mixtapes,
No,
basically. A music supervisor. So she wants to go work for this company and make mixtapes for people, basically.
Does she not
And,
know the digital age is upon us, and that she'll be out of a job in a few years?
That's
You
what's
better warn her.
hilarious about this is all before this sort of age. So you sort of think, well, that's redundant, isn't
Yeah.
it? But yeah, so this is the night before the end
Yes.
of it, when they're going to be moving on, and it's just you're going through, and I quite like that. Like, he's just playing this one night, and
Yeah.
all this crazy stuff starts happening, and it's very charming. There's like bits where you'll get to like an open field and you think, oh, I've got to fucking walk that. And because it's sort of tongue in cheek, so then she'll like have that sort of, you're supposed to have felt this when you were a kid, that you could float everywhere. So then you'll just be floating. It's little bits like that, which
She needs a
I don't know,
reality
I think
check, I think.
exactly. The difficult thing is as well, is I think a lot of people warm to these characters
Yeah.
where I didn't warm to them. I found
Yeah.
them quite annoying, to
that
be
will
honest.
happen.
Because they sort of talk, they're sort of, well, they are stoners, but they've got that sort of American stoner, so they sound like sort of Wayne's World, basically. Like, yeah, bro, okay, dude. So they sound like that. And after sort of 4 hours of that sort of drone, it's sort of, it got a little bit tedious, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
I don't want to push you too hard on it because it's narrative based and it's a short game.
Thing,
So
yeah, like
going-
you say, it's very linear. There is no choice in it. So
Yeah.
you literally, it's just a short experience that you play through.
yeah,
And I think it does hit people differently. I think you will either really warm to it, and it will hit every sort of nostalgia feeling, and it will make you remind you of those times, like those simpler times when you do get to that point and you're like, oh, I probably won't see these people ever again. And then you walk down the road and
riddance.
they're in the pub.
yeah, they are. They're
You
still in
think,
there. They're in there now.
exactly.
I'd imagine
They're in the
getting last
still.
orders
Exactly.
on a fucking Wednesday evening.
So but for me, yeah, I just sort of played through this short experience. It's worth going through without any knowledge, to be honest. Just go
Yeah.
through, play it for what it is, see it. It's that short and sweet that
It's harmless.
It's harmless fun, exactly.
Yeah.
But for me, when I saw those 10 out of 10s, that's what made me think, right, I
Yeah,
need
I
to
think a
play
lot of
this.
people have jumped on that, and I wonder how many people will be like, okay, I liked it, but I didn't love it.
That's it.
Especially if you're
yeah.
not in the right.
But
I feel like this is maybe the gen before us, Gen
Well,
X
this is
or
the job,
whatever.
and I think this is I felt when I said earlier. I said Crimson Desert was made for me.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like this game was made for me, and I remember playing the likes of Edith Finch, even Firewatch.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that, and certainly Virginia as well. I know a lot of
Yeah.
people didn't really rate that. But that game stuck with me, and I found myself the next day like really thinking about it, and it was sort of still lingering.
Yeah.
Whereas this, I've not thought about it at all since I played it, really. The only thing I see is the sort of backlash from people going on about it's one trash.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I will say, because I did go into this thinking, all right, this is why it's going to be you know, like
He's ticking all the right boxes for people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the mainstream games media in America is very liberal. It's very, you know, woke, and it's all this set in sort of California where everything's a bit left. But to be honest, I was sort of like, oh, that wasn't what I was expecting. I expected it to be sort of shoehorned down your throat and you sort of, you know, roll crossing your eyes and stuff. Yeah, and what I was sort of gladly surprised that it wasn't. I think, yeah, I'm not too sure why there seems to be a lot of hate into that. I think people
hate everything.
That's it. Yeah, I think they just sort of look.
You can't
into it
enjoy
and
anything.
like
You
that.
can't like it. You have to hate it, or it has to be the best thing in the world. It's not possible. That's how it should be.
That's exactly. But no, that's my recommendation for it. It's just to sort of go into it completely blind.
Yeah.
See if it's for you, and see.
You'll be done before you even realise if it's bad or not, and then you can walk away from
that.
it. So you got all the achievements. Was that a go back to do collectibles and things? There are like bits to do, like
so there's like a bit like The Last of Us. There's optional conversations that you can have. So it's just like and interacting with things in the area that you are in, and then there's like certain like tasks that you can do. So one of the little mini games would be like to paint a door. So it will say do that within 30 seconds.
Oh right. Okay.
But so what happens is once you complete the game, there's a chapter select, and it is literally each one, and you can literally go back into it and do it.
Nice and
quick. I think I'd done it in about 6 hours, but to be honest, I had my dinner in that. I went for a piss, fucking about, pausing it, went outside.
Yeah.
So I reckon you could probably do it in about 4 hours. I reckon 4 or 5 hours to 100% it. And it's worth it. I don't think it's worth a second playthrough. It's not one of those things that sort of gets better the second time you play it. And like I say, it's very linear, so there's no other option you can do. It's just a one and done, straight through, away you go.
A palate cleanser. Well, let's do the formalities for mixtapes then.
Yeah.
We've got the gallery, Gaming's gallery of games, which I'm struggling to articulate for some reason. I will ask the question just in case.
Just in case.
Does it get in the gallery, or is it chucked outside with the other utter woke nonsense?
That's a woke nonsense.
Florence.
No, it does get in. It does get in.
It gets in.
It gets in for me, yeah.
Good.
I think if it's 10 hours or something, then maybe it might have outstayed its welcome.
Yeah, there is a
little fucks may have got on my nerves too much, and they've gone right out the fucking bin.
There's a steep cliff for these sort of games. If they get it wrong, they're horrible to get through. Really painful. So we've got platinum, gold, silver, or bronze for mixtape. What does?
And I'm going to stick it out as platinum, mate. Right with the idea.
Absolutely.
No, for me, it's a bronze. A bronze. I don't think. I mean, like I say, it's nice, short, sweet experience. They do some cool gameplay things that, if you call it gameplay, some people argue. I think you're using your controller as gameplay, isn't it? Yeah. I've never been bothered by sort of quick time events or things in this, but. You know, some people are like, it hasn't got combat. Not everything needs combat, does it? But yeah, so some cool little set pieces in this, some cool fun stuff. Story's, interesting, perfectly fine. It just didn't hit for me, like I've seen grown men crying after completing this game. And then I've seen 10 out of 10. I'm looking at you, Jeffy, you weirdo.
But he's an older fuck, so it's more.
Exactly,
I think there's something to do with. It's a generational thing that can be overcome if you're into the music, I guess. But if it's pulling on certain experiences like that, then
that's what I wondered. Yeah, I think we may have missed a boat on that one.
Too young for it.
Well, that's the other thing as well. Like I said, I felt like I didn't connect to it on a level because it felt very American.
Yes.
It's weird to find out that the developers are Australian.
Yeah, they love it.
But why are we not cooking a shrimp on a barbie and drinking Fosters at this level?
It'd be much better.
It's this concerning thing. But yeah, no, I think it's one of those games. I'd recommend it to anyone to play and give it a go because I think you might enjoy it more. You might connect with it on a level. You might know the songs just because I didn't listen to that. I mean, to be honest, I did listen to that style of music. I just didn't listen to those songs.
Yeah.
And yes, it didn't hit me, but that doesn't mean it's not for you. So
No.
give it a go is my recommendation.
Yeah.
Just for me, it lands as a bronze.
Well, Mixtape earned itself a bronze, and yeah, well, I'll definitely get to it. I think
Yeah.
just won't be breaking down walls for it. We'll see.
No.
I think it's on that Game Pass, so
Yes.
could be a trial coming near me to just tank through it. But we'll see. Because sometimes if you cancel it in time, sometimes you get refunded your month.
Oh, do you?
In America, they were doing it quite often. Whereas
freebie.
if you played something in a few weeks and like cancelled it, you get like the month
I
back.
watched it. I sort of read a thing. You don't have Discord. What's the Discord thing? Discord
Nitro.
Nitro. Apparently, they're offering. You get a free month of Game Pass with that.
You get the one
Dunno
with
if it-
50 games, like the essential.
Oh, was it the shitter? Wasn't it?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's there. It's
dunno.
better than nothing. But I don't know what's on that library.
No.
But it's bottom
No,
tier
don't
too,
want, as I
so-
imagine.
Yeah, this is not on there. I think that's only on top. One. I can't even keep up with Game Pass anymore. I don't know what it is.
No.
It's just like
Look can they?
no. It's like the crimson desert of subscription. It just does everything. I'm like, I don't understand what's going on here. But there we go. Mixtape bronze. Lovely
Bronze for
jubbly.
me.
As usual, we'll bid you all adieu, and we'll see you on the other side.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Red Dead Redemption 2 paper. What are we doing playing this? You should have played this back in 2018. So what's happened? Why are we sitting here in 2026, 8 years on?
2018? Is that when it came out?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
One of the
that
all-time
is-
classics, people will say. Rockstar as well.
Yeah, and what are we doing here? I think, and we'll probably dive into this as we chat, but it's,
This is the first playthrough, isn't it? It's not you're replaying it and getting through it for a second or third time because you loved it so much. This is something that was started, I guess, at some point, stopped, and then picked up again.
Yeah, so this is technically, I would class it as a second playthrough, but the
A second
first
attempt.
the first playthrough only made it about halfway through the main story, and then life got in the way, and then I think I played it back on when I actually had a console, so it's a long time ago, and then I got rid of the console, and I think a couple of years, and this is equally as embarrassing. A couple of years ago, I went, well, I'm going to do this again. I need to complete it before GTA 6, and so I started it off a couple of years ago, and then I stopped again. Life got in the way, and GTA 6 kept getting delayed, so it kept buying me more and more time.
Yes.
But life circumstances within my world, changing job, just sort of forced me to say, right, you need to get this finished, and so yeah, I buckled down and plowed through it, and actually it wasn't as much time sink as maybe I thought. Interestingly enough, like people say, like the gameplay for it is like a 50-60 hour story. However, when I looked at the time I'd spent in the game, it says I've only done about 30 hours, so I don't know how I've done that, unless it's what's happened is like 2 years ago it stopped and it just restarted again for some reason, got muddled up. But like for me, like that seemed a bit strange. Maybe that's me breaknecking it too much. But yeah, that was a bit of a strange one, and I haven't got to the bottom of that, whether the story just really focusing on the main story is that sort of length, or it's just cut off and it's got muddled up with itself. Because you can actually go now onto if you go onto your Rockstar account, your social Rockstar account, and click on Red Dead 2, it will actually tell you the hours you've actually put into that game, whereas they'd never sort of had well, as far as I'm aware, like the ability to see that before. So I was just always looking at like the progression in the story as a percentage. So that's an interesting one.
Yes, that is interesting. I'll do some research into like the average times on how long to beat in a bit and see where we're at on that. A good place to start is to sort of go back a little bit more, even, is to understand experience with, well, not really the genre, but the franchise, and Rockstar maybe, but Red Dead Redemption would be the first port of call back on the 360 and PS3 era. So we're going back a long, long time. I think that was 2008 or 9.
Yeah,
I remember you played that back in the day, because I remember you actually played it before me. 2010, so I was a little bit off. 18th of May, so special month.
Interesting fact, and I don't know if you remember it, but it's for some reason it's a key memory in my brain for Red Dead 1. And I won't go into details, but for any spoilers, but you get to a point, and then I remember you telling me it's actually not over until the credits roll. And because like there's a point where you think, oh, it's over, and I think you have to go over somewhere to trigger a mission. It's not clearly obvious to do it. And you said, look, go to area, it'll continue, and that's a key sort of memory in my brain.
Yeah, it was. I didn't even know about that, because I finished it, or thought I'd finished it, and then found that out. And I was like, oh shit, I've got more to do. Did you ever play the DLC, the Undead Nightmare DLC, or was you checked out by the time that rolled around?
No, I checked out. I think I did a bit of Red Dead 1 online, because that was, I think, one of their first fortes into online mode, and I think it was really basic. There wasn't much about it apart from everyone was just running around with sort of guns in like some of the towns and stuff like that. It's a bit of a free for all, but and I think we did it. I think actually there was some stuff we could get together on your horses and you could go off and do stuff together. And I think it was people like me, you, Krog. We did a couple of those sort of missions, but it wasn't something that held us. But interestingly, I suspect that was probably Rockstar's first venture into that online sort of platform that then led to GTA Online and now Red Dead 2 Online and all that stuff like that.
I mean, GTA 4 had online. And that was 2008. That's what I was getting confused with, because I remember going into that. There's a couple of modes you could do, specific like cops and robbers, and there was like a deathmatch mode, and they were like instances you'd load in from a menu, and then you'd play the game, then come out like a traditional multiplayer.
Yeah.
But they also had like a free mode, which is basically the bones of GTA Online, where it was just a bit of a free for all, and we spent most of the time just dicking around in there trying to get in helicopters. And then I don't remember too much about the Red Dead Online part, but I did play through the DLC, and they've got modern releases for that now, ports to all the platforms. So
interesting enough, I picked up Red Dead 1 for the Switch at the end of last year, because there was rumours rumbling around that there's going to be a free upgrade for the Switch 2. And so I thought it's probably wise to buy it before that dropped, and the prices would sort of go up for it. So I sort of picked up off like eBay for like £20 or something like that. But it's I've got that. Not that I've put it in to play it, but it's now there in my arsenal to have. And interestingly, we talk about the franchise. I decided quite a while ago to collect every physical copy of GTA and physical copy of GTA and Red Dead. I might get Bully. I've not got Bully to add to that, and maybe Max Payne and stuff like that. But I always buy it on PlayStation. So interesting enough with Red Dead, Red Dead 1, we played it on Xbox because we was all on the Xbox 360 at that point. No one was really on the PS3.
Nope.
I think I must have got rid of those Xbox versions, but I've repurchased the PlayStation version, so I've got like a nice collection of all of them. And the rule of thumb is it's like complete in box in terms of, so I've got all the maps. GTA 1, GTA 2, GTA London, Liberty City, Vice City, or I think I might even have the PSP China Town Wars or something like that. Not that I've ever played it, that box version. So I think it's a nice sort of small physical collection to have from Rockstar because of the maps. Basically.
That's when they used to do nice things like that. Don't know what they'll do with GTA 6, whether they'll get that map. can't remember if GTA 5 even had one. I feel like it did, but
I
that was
did, yeah.
It did, okay. And then Red Dead 2 did that. I got the Ultimate Edition, so that come with stuff that perhaps wasn't included.
I've got the PlayStation version now. I can pull it out in a minute, but it's and have a look. But it's I'm pretty sure it does. I would be very surprised if GTA 6 didn't come with a map. I think it's that sort of soft part of everyone's experience that I think people would feel let down if it didn't have that in there. So like I think all the way back to GTA 1, and if they just stopped doing it, I think that takes away a bit of that sort of nostalgia vibe with Rockstar games. And it's not like they're releasing games every year. We're talking like, you know, nearly decades between some of these. So it's
Yeah.
I'd be disappointed if they didn't.
Interestingly, so they've got on here main story. This is How Long to Beat, which is, you know, user imported, but it's got a shitload of polled times, like tens of thousands. Main story 50 hours, the median, but there are like rushed versions of it for 35-ish hours. So it's not a million miles away from what you were saying. I think I spent over 100 hours when I played it.
I think it's easy to do, and we'll come back onto maybe some of that points later. That I still feel like, even though I've hit the credits and all of that stuff, I still feel like I've got another 30 plus hours I could put into the game. I wouldn't say I breaknecked it from like pillar to post. Like my rule of thumb with this playthrough was do every main mission, which was came up in yellow, every what I call named side quest. So if a side quest was in white but it came up with the user's name on it, so like an LM or whatever, but if it was a question mark, I sort of went past it. And all the sort of random encounters, I sort of ignored them. Mainly
half the time, the fuckers are just trying to rob you on those random
exactly.
encounters,
And I got
like,
so annoyed with that. And then you'd go past them, most of them, and it's fine. And sometimes you go past them, and then you get minus honor. And I was like, what the hell? You know, I'm being taught not to trust anyone. And then I go past someone and they die, and I'll get done for my honor for it. So, but it's So I did breakneck it a bit, but you know, I suspect that something's gone wrong with the data, because I feel like I put more than 30-ish hours into the game, but who knows?
Yeah, fair enough. And yeah, you play this on PC, which probably meant it ran a lot better than it did on the consoles back in the day, locked at 30 FPS. How was it on the PC side of things? Is it through the Rockstar store you had it for, not Steam? Is it on Steam? I guess it is on Steam.
The Rockstar, launcher. That's the word.
Better or worse than Epic, the Rockstar launcher?
I gave up on Epic several years ago when they tried to hack my account. Well, it wasn't Epic, but someone tried to hack my account or something like that, and I tried to get it closed, and they took their sweet ass time about get it closed, even though I'd flagged that it'd been hacked, and I nearly had to threaten.
That might have been someone else trying to get your account deleted, though. You never know. They've got to be careful.
Yeah, but you know, it was a bit burnt by Epic from that moment. But like from the launcher perspective, that's where I had it. So I purchased it through Rockstar, and yeah, it to be fair, ran like butter. I think like sometimes, you know, with all these games, it takes a minute or so to load into the game, and it's going through like what I call the postcards, on that loading screen, or the old images. But then once you're in it, it's like nothing. And I'm not the type of person that fusses around with visuals, like I want it high, low, whatever.
Yeah.
What I land on, I just leave and let it go, because my assumption with a lot of these things is that's what the developer feels like the medium audience should be playing at. I see myself as sort of like the medium audience, the casual player. So I'm quite happy just to leave it and so forth. And yeah, it was stunning visually, and I didn't feel like I was being held back in frames, or I noticed having any stuttering and stuff like that. Though, as you said, they've had several years to patch out any of the bugs that they might have had in it. That being said, I did experience one bug. It was a really interesting one which took me out. There's a mission where you have to go to effectively another country for a period of time.
Like another map, yeah.
Yeah, another map. and there's a point when you're in a castle and you've got a cannon and you're aiming this cannon at like
I know what you mean.
ships and stuff like that. The for some reason the sprite, the image of the cannon wasn't there, so it's just see through. So my character could just go up. I could still do all this, so they were still going up to the cannon, doing all what he needed
But
to do.
visually wasn't there.
But visually, there was no cannon there, so that was a bit like. But apart from that, you know, it ran like butter.
Oh, good. Did it crash at all? Anything that it crapped out or anything like that? All good on that
I didn't
front?
have any crashes, so
No.
that's nice. And I wouldn't say like I've got a super duper computer. Like I've got a reasonably good one, but it's not like top of the range from today's standards.
Yeah.
So yeah, it ran really well. So I got no complaints with that.
Yeah, I know it frustrates the PC audience because these ports always come later from Rockstar.
Yeah.
But they generally, when they land, are in really good shape. Whereas some areas or publishers or developers crap out the PC or a console version, and then it's subpar, and they spend months having to patch it up. But I imagine from the get-go this was fine, and obviously many years down the line it would have been even better as well. It's called Red Dead Redemption 2, but it is a prequel to Red Dead Redemption. So,
Yes.
from a narrative perspective, how do you think they handled that aspect of it being a prequel? Because I know there's a bit of a syndrome in people where they don't like prequels because you know ultimately what's going to happen perhaps many years down the line, and it leaves people feeling like they're not really that interested, or the prequel story can never be as good because, you know, it's filling in the blanks essentially. But how did you find that Red Dead Redemption 2, which has been, you know, lauded for its narrative and amongst many other things, but it is a prequel, so that's quite a hard thing to try and pull off, I think.
It is. I think credit where credit's due. And the lead team was, I think it was Dan Hauser, or is that how you pronounce his surname?
Yeah.
Hauser.
I think it's his last game before he.
Yeah, that's quite sad. He's not done GTA 6, so that's going to be interesting if that people complain about the story on that, because that's really the first game he's not been involved from Rockstar's perspective. But it's still, I guess his brother's still the CEO of the whole company, so we shall see. But anyway, in terms of like story perspective, I think it was really well done. Like there was elements of characters from Red Dead 1 that were also in Red Dead 2.
Yeah.
So you knew that they were there for the duration and
Sure,
whatever.
yeah.
Because you knew they're going to be in Red Dead 1.
Right, they're not going to get killed off or disappear. And
there were definitely moments where some of those characters, and I'm being a little bit vague so I don't give away spoilers, but like when some of those characters like do like, oh, what's happened to them, and like they're gonna die, but you know if you played Red Dead 1 that they're gonna appear back at some point. But I think it's been done in such a nice way that obviously Arthur comes in as a new character per se and stuff like that, and he's around these people, so you're sort of seeing it from his perspective, and it does it in such a nice way that it's sort of a traveling group of people, and there's people in their group that come and go. There's what's his I can't remember his name, but he's the debt collector, I think. But he like travels in and out of the camp and stuff like that, and you just think, well, actually, is this just a group of people that people will come and go off on their own adventures? And it's a bit like, to a certain extent, like a bunch of the Avengers, you know, they can go off and do their own things. They're not married to each other.
No.
And so I think it does it really nice that it sort of leads into that way. I think you can play both games as individual games and never play the other game and never have to worry about it. But equally, you could play, as we did, Red Dead 1 and then Red Dead 2 and get the most from it. And if you want to play Red Dead 2 and go into Red Dead 1, which probably I wouldn't say do if you've never played them, because actually it's sometimes better to play something a bit more clunky first and then go into the more updated graphics, because there's sometimes the bit like when you get into a franchise, you're like, I want to go back and play it, and you're like, and I'm in sort of that boat at the moment with thinking about Fallout, because I really want to get back into some of the Fallout, because I'm watching the TV series and stuff like that. I've never played Fallout 3 and Vegas, but there's a part of me that really wants to go play it, but then also I've had a go at Fallout 4 and I'm like, will that just be poor? But hopefully the remasters that are going to come, Shadow Drop this year, will help with that conversation. But I think back to Red Dead 2, the story sort of interlinks really nicely, and therefore it doesn't really give anything away, and you just are interested to know some of these characters, and actually what it does for the characters that you know in Red Dead 1, it just gives them a bit more backstory and lore
Yeah.
and color to their character that's then in that you've seen in Red Dead 1, and can see this is how they got to where they got to, and so forth. And I enjoyed it. So for me, I think it was all really nicely linked, because it's not you're going back and playing the same character,
No,
and the
yeah.
same thing all around it, and you're just getting their origin story or something like that. They are around, but they are a side part of what you're doing.
Yeah, it's quite strange walking around the camp as Arthur Morgan, and then talking to John Marston, because you're like, well, spent 30 hours of you as the main character. Now you're an NPC in this world, wandering around the camp. So it's funny to kind of see those interactions. I tend to agree about it just adding more texture to the overall universe. You can narratively playing 2 than 1 might actually be better, but I agree on the game mechanics front that you would be missing probably a lot of things that they'd proved quality of life wise for number 2. So I want to play this again, Red Dead 2, but I also want to play 1 again. So I think at some point I'll go back and play the first one first, just for the game mechanics, perspective. Because I think,
What would you think you would try and play it on? Console, PC, handheld? Because you can do it on Switch now.
I ain't playing handheld ever. The Switch doesn't even get used as a handheld. It just sits in that dock melting until it's summoned, basically. I'll probably just get it on console, because it's easier for me. It's just they've got the PS5 versions and Xbox Series X versions of it. I think that one will play well enough anyway. Like, it's fine. But I think if you play it too close to 2, you'd feel like a bit aggrieved. So that's the plan anyway.
I think there's an interesting thing as well that I'm seeing at the moment, having recently finished Red Dead 2, and then I've played another couple of games. I played an indie game, which we'll talk about separately, and then I've just recently started playing Cyberpunk. And even though Cyberpunk is a really good game, I'm finding that there's quality of life that I feel like I'm missing in Cyberpunk that was already there in Red Dead. And that's an interesting, because Red Dead's an 8-year-old game, and Cyberpunk's a 2-3-year-old, maybe 4-year-old game. But it shows that how far advanced Rockstar was with their sort of mechanics and gameplay, that it still feels so smooth, so good today, that it's putting newer games to a shame to a certain extent. And so even I agree with you. I think Red Dead 1 will still hold up pretty well because it's Rockstar, but playing it close to Red Dead 2 might take away from that.
So what's an example of that between Cyberpunk and Red Dead that you've noticed? Because I'm always interested when we speak to someone they've overlapped with another game, you start to compare them, even if they're completely different genres or not even related. You notice things in games and think, hang on, why is this not working the way it should do? And it's interesting to hear the older game to have some advantages so far.
So I think there's a few little things. Obviously, Red Dead's third person and Cyberpunk's first person. For me, I think I prefer third person over first person. I think you get a better visual around you and so forth. There, in first person, one of the things that became really obvious to me that sort of took me out of Cyberpunk a little bit was the hands. It felt like the hands were too big, if that made sense. Like they just felt like you had hands on the screen, but I felt like they were just bigger than the hands my hands would be in real life or something like that. And so I was like, it just put me away. Whereas you don't have that problem in something like Red Dead 2 because it's third person. A little thing, I know this is, it's not comparing them a little bit like apples to pears, but it's
Oranges
or whatever the saying is. But like the horse mechanics, horses turn so smooth and move so well within Red Dead 1.
Yeah.
I found the driver mechanics a little bit clunky in Cybertron Turn. And now I don't know whether within Cyberpunk, because I've just started, I'm just 7 hours in, if I'm putting points into things will get better. I noticed, for example, shooting when I was taking over what's his name, Keanu Reeves' character near the start, his shooting ability was fucking ace.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
I didn't,
yeah. He's
whereas
lethal.
my guy was all over the place. So I don't know if it'll improve, but what I did notice was like in the mechanics between the car and the horse. I felt like the horse was smoother and easier to control than the car,
Yeah.
but the car should be easier to control than a horse. And so like there's little things like that I was a bit like, and it's as okay, there's sort of more like ease to do things, or things that sort of keep you more immersed than take you out, because you think, oh, this is a bit clunky. But it's there's nothing sort of major. They're both great games in their own right, but I think the point is Rockstar has done such an amazing job on that game, and they probably keep refining these things because there's people still playing online now, and they've still got a team probably working on it and tweaking things and stuff like that today. So yeah, it's really good.
Lovely. And final thing on the narrative front,
Mhm.
who's the better character in their game, Arthur Morgan or John Marston?
Arthur Morgan is a better character, in my opinion, by a long shot.
I think that as well, but I think maybe I'm being recency biased, but I don't know. I don't think I am. I think he's just far more compelling.
Yeah, it's just like I think John just feels a bit more black and white than Arthur. There's more layers that there feels like to Arthur in terms of why he's doing things. He's like, I feel like I am more. It feels like he's had a harder start in life than John has as well. Yeah, I don't know. Like I've also been, after it, watching a bunch of like YouTube clips where it's got like the voice actors talking at things like Comic Cons and stuff like that, and I even find the voice actor of Arthur more compelling than John, even though John's out there everywhere talking. I'm saying using their in-game names, but it's yeah, I just it just feels like there's more layers, a bit like he's more of an onion. Is Arthur? There's many different layers to peel away from him, and but then I think as well as we could talk about apples to oranges or pears or whatever we're talking about. Like they've had more chance. There's more mechanics to layer onto Arthur than they had to John, so they're able to be more diverse in their trees and allow players to pick directions that they want to go, take certain elements and decisions and stuff like that they probably couldn't technically do in Red Dead 1, which probably allowed them to make that character slightly more compelling.
Yeah, they may have also just improved their writing over time as well.
Yeah.
Like it's the second time they're setting a game in this Western, lawless-ish world, and they may have had just better ideas and thought, oh, hang on, here's what we could do with this with a fresh canvas. We've already got a foundation. But yeah, I think I think Arthur is one of the all-time great video game characters. There's no doubt about that in my mind. And I'd be interested to see if that still holds if and when I get to Red Dead OG again. Shouldn't say Red Dead OG because actually there is like a Red Dead Revolver game that was released. It's by a different firm. But Red Dead Redemption we're talking about here. I think people played that Red Dead Revolver, but I certainly didn't. It wasn't a Rockstar game in the sense that we would believe to be today. Talk about the missions and bits and pieces that you can kind of get up to that keep you occupied in the game, and perhaps you can extend it into like the world and the map and whatever. But start with like the sort of things that Red Dead Redemption 2 asks you as a player to do, and whether that kept you engaged for the 30 to 40 hours that you were playing in it. Bearing in mind that you mentioned that you'd defined, I'm going to do these certain tasks, not these ones. Was you satisfied with that part of the game?
I think a game that can keep you occupied for 30-ish hours and deliver great story and is a success, and therefore it's a success. And I spent primarily a lot of my time just going, working my way through the main missions, and sometimes obviously Rockstar, like it does, it'll give you 3 main missions at the same time, and then you just choose which sort of direction you want to go. And sometimes there's a couple of things that branch off those main missions that you can continue doing. But they nicely package them up really into what they call these chapters, or these acts, or in some games call it, and stuff like that. And it sort of works you through that. I think at the start, it very much feels like you're trying to build up the camp that you're with, and so there is some element that you're not only doing the main missions, but you also want to bring some money in for the wider group and help the camp to get. Because there's things to buy to improve life when you're in the camp, as the camp moves around the world and stuff like that. I found that by the third act chapter and stuff like that, I'd maxed out the camp, and I'd gotten everything that I'd needed to get. For some reason, I had a lot of money. I think I found some gold bars and stuff like that. Like, so there are things like, there's a lot that are scattered all over the world, but there are gold bars that suddenly add, I think, like $500, and like, it doesn't sound like a lot. Back then, $500 is it will keep you going forever. And interesting enough, when I finished the game, with Arthur, he was on about $4,000. So I had a lot of money, and so like money was never an issue. So I found that later on in the game, I wasn't worried about that type of thing, and I was more worried, not worried. I was more interested in, apart from sort of like breaknecking around the missions, like just more around sort of the play features. Like interesting walking enough, because they have like things like a cinema there, so I sort of went into the cinema, and I'm not super fussed about things like clothing, haircuts, and stuff like that. So I don't go and do all of those things. I can't.
Did you never get his hair cut or beard cut or anything?
There's a mission. There is one mission in the game where you need to look fancy. And it takes you off to get your hair cut and stuff like that. That is the only time he ever got his hair cut, shaved, and clothed. Just apart from that, like sometimes I found a nice hat around because I killed someone, and I'd be like, I'll have that hat, and I'll put it on as like a souvenir. But I in all I know some people get really invested in like the way their character looks and so forth. I'm very much like, the developers gave me this character in this sort of suit. That's good enough for me, unless I come across something out there. Or I'm not the type that I want to save up X amount of money because I want that uniform of the whatever it is. And I know there are lots of people out there like that. So maybe that's how I don't, I get through these games quicker. That I'm not doing that type of stuff. But it's and there's like things like they have like, I think I want to say poker in the game.
There's some,
and they have like lots of like mini games and stuff like that. I with a lot of these things, I try it once and I'm like, I've tried it, and then I move on. Once again, so I know some people become invested in stuff like and playing all that stuff all the time. It just not for me. Those things I look at and think, well, that's fun, and it can be a bit of a time sink. I wouldn't mind doing it if I was in a lobby with friends and we're like, oh, shall we just go and play poker in Red Dead 2? But I don't feel like doing it on my own against NPCs. So very much I very much kept myself to the main story arc as I went my way through, because I had decided to skip the question marks because I wanted to get to the end of the game sooner rather than later. I do feel like I definitely feel like I could have spent, as I said, another 30 plus hours of the game just doing some of those things. And there's a lot of other things around the map that's not even got question marks in that you can just go and do. And like, I've been seeing things online where there are shopkeepers that keep things in their basements, or like slaves and stuff like that. And if you've to say, you can put the shopkeeper up like to try to rob them and stuff like that, but then it takes you down to his slave. And so like things that are not even question mark that you were able to action, or things that you can find around the map and put together treasure maps and stuff like that. I wish I'd sort of spent more time getting into that. When you finish the game, there's about a third of the map that's still covered up, and I've still not yet gone off and explored that part of it, which is the map from Red Dead 1, effectively, not including Mexico. And the story behind there was meant to be a chapter down there within it, but they dropped it from the story, and there was never had another reason to go down there. So there's, from what I can make out, there's not an awful lot down that way, apart from a couple of bounties. But it's there's lots to do and keep people occupied. But for me, it was very much keeping on that track for that main story. Avoiding, there's a lot of people on the side of roads asking for help. I will just run past them. When people try to jump me, I don't stop and fight. I'm like, I'm gone. I don't want to talk to them. But
Everyone
it's,
gets ignored. That's fine.
exactly. Like it's funny enough, we were driving in a car. We had Max, my little son, in the back, and we were going to this cafe, and there was a guy just on this middle of the road, and he sort of waved us down. This was Sunday just gone, and he was jogging. He's in his running gear, and he was like, "Oh, I'm trying to pick up my son and stuff like that. He's at this thing, and I'm meant to be there now, and I need to get to this place called Putno." And it was definitely, it's like, do you know how far away? And we saw it's definitely anchoring. Can I get in your car and can you go and drop me off closer to this place? And he looked like a perfectly normal bloke, but we sort of said, oh, we're not really going in that direction. And the thing that was just going in the back of my head was Red Dead has taught me to not trust strangers on the side of the road that flag you down. If there's one thing video games have taught me, is like, he'll be in the back of the car and he'll probably pull out a fucking knife and try and slit our throats. Probably, I'm assuming he wouldn't, but like, he unfortunately he had to carry on jogging while we drove off. But it's
if you're that disorganised and you've gone out for a jog and mistimed,
got lost and stuff like that, and
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So
pull your head out your ass. Like, can't have everyone wiping your ass for you. So I think you did the right thing there.
Yeah. But so interesting. It was good. I enjoyed it. The story for me, as I said, it kept me very occupied for the 30 hours of just really main story, and then some of those side quests. And that was 30, 40 hours worth of gameplay, and that's plenty for me.
Yeah. Did you get to even, because it's an open world game?
Yeah.
Did you get to take in just how good the open world is, because you were kind of quite task focused? Did you notice, or did it feel like, oh yeah, this is not just looks, because it's absolutely amazing looking still all these years on. It's still one of the best looking open world games you can find on the market, but just in terms of it being alive, either out in the wilderness or in a town, or was you able to sort of get the feeling of what they'd done in terms of making the open world feel like a real life, places that you're visiting rather than a video game world?
I was immersed in the world, and for the time I was there, I felt like it was alive. Everywhere I went, it didn't. I think and I don't know whether they get enough credit for it, but like the way it transitions into the snowy area and away from the snowy area, I think it's done beautifully, and it doesn't feel like it's forced. And because before you know it, you're suddenly covered in like snow blizzards, and you're like, fucking hell! 2 minutes ago, I felt like I was in sunshine. But it was so they do like really good job on the transition in the world. That is one of those things, as I said, I wanted to take away, because when I was driving past some stuff, there were things that were catching my eye, and I was like, oh, I wish I should just stop and just take this in, or maybe even just investigate. I remember at one point going past something, and it looked like something was spelled out with rocks on the side of another rock, and I was like, oh, that's probably something interesting. But I was going off to do like a main quest, and I was like, if I stop now, I know I've only got another hour's worth of play because of whatever's going on, and I won't get that other thing done. But I could have probably quite happily stayed an hour. Stayed for an hour, like just sort of rummaging around there and just trying to figure out what's going on and stuff like that. I think what I found that I've ended up doing is actually watching a lot of like YouTube shorts around did you know this on Red Dead, and it just blows my mind at like all of these things that's going on around the world, and how immersive it looks, and like I don't think I gave it enough time to really appreciate it. I definitely appreciated what they'd done from what I saw, but I think I could have got so much more out of it. Even to the more fact that I could have probably said one evening, you know what, James, let's go off and do some animal hunting, and maybe not even potentially looking for legendary animals, just go off to this part of the world and stuff like that and see what that is. Or so like even just getting into a boat and going down the river and just sort of exploring down the river on a boat and seeing if I'm coming across anything.
Any crocodiles.
Or like even around, like, I know there's some really interesting stuff that happens around the swamp that I've
Yeah.
seen online. I never experienced any of that. I remember you saying that you came across the KKK at one point. I didn't experience any of that because I was sort of breakneck, and if there was something going on, I'd be like, "Oh, carry on." But like it's I just, it feels like I will be having a break from it, playing a few other games, because my backlog is an interesting backlog of older games at the moment that I really want to get around to playing. But Red Dead 2 is one of those games that sits quite highly on. I want to come back and I want to take it slowly. I want to put 100+ hours into it, and I think I'd still really enjoy it because of all that stuff.
Yeah. What did you make of the combat? 'Cause it's a shooter primarily. Obviously, we've mentioned about the horse mechanics and whatnot, but you spend a lot of time getting in cover, popping out, shooting people using, is it Deadeye? Is that the mechanic it's called? Which plays very similar, if not exactly the same, to Red Dead Redemption 1. It might be enhanced in some way, I can't remember now. But some people don't like Rockstar's combat because it's quite run-of-the-mill. I enjoy it. That's more to do with, I think, the game's character physics. Like, it feels, there's some sort of feeling to it which is actually quite slow and lethargic because it's so animation heavy, but I kind of like that element of it. But what did you make of the combat they've served up here? Obviously, it's not like GTA 5 where you've got weapons and bazookas and things like that. They are, you've got to be disciplined in what you can use in terms of, rifles and shotguns and handguns and revolvers. Like, they've only got certain things that you can use for it to be accurate, or at least time accurate. But what did you make of that? And did you fall foul of the law? You know how you get a wanted level and bounties put on you and things like that? Because one thing I found as a bit of a weakness was, if I wanted to go in and rob somewhere, I'd put my little mask up, and it never really disguised me because I'd still end up with a bounty, Arthur's, worth this. And I was like, I don't think that's working properly. Like, I was under the impression that if I kept my mask up, I'd be able to get away with this. But that obviously folded into the combat because that would cause an absolute ruckus wherever you was, whether it was mission-based or just you getting in a scrap somewhere. But go ahead, pull at whatever thread you want there.
So starting with combat, like, I'm not the type of person that plays a game because I want to be challenged too hard within the mechanics. I'm there primarily for enjoyment of the story. I want a little bit of a challenge to think, I had to try for that, to think about that. I couldn't not just stand there taking a million shots and just being like pop, 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 and then I just walk away. I want to be able to, like, I need to duck for some level of cover. But I also like the fact that generally in Rockstar games, my character's soaking up probably 100 bullets before, maybe not that many, but like 20 odd bullets before he's dead. And you can sometimes pop other ones off. So I'm quite happy with that. I think I'm therefore quite enjoy it. I'm sure you can probably toggle this on and off in the settings, but mine was toggled on, where effectively every time you go down the site, it sort of pinpoints it sort of moves the cursor to the closest
like
enemy or
aim,
stuff like that. So auto aiming.
Yeah.
And like for me, like I'm quite happy to have that type of, because I'm not there worried about being accurate. If I want to do that, I play FPS, online and stuff like that. And I'm not playing FPS online. I'm playing a single person game that's story heavy and driven. So for me, like, those type of mechanics are really good. I found that with I like the Deadeye. I found that for me, it's a really good mechanic when you're on the move, so on the back of a horse or a train and stuff like that, when there's suddenly like people coming from around you and everyone's moving quite fast and you just want to slow it down. I never really needed it for sort of more one-on-one sort of combats, or maybe when I'm like, we're storming a building and stuff like that, because I felt like I didn't really need it, because most people they would be undercover themselves, and so there wasn't too much point in and it's just about popping off at the right time. Enemies I would say there is an interesting mechanic that I never really got to the bottom of how it sort of worked, and I'm sure it's probably where the bullets hit them, but you could hit them 2-3 times, and let me say, I'm assuming it's like you've hit them in the arm or the chest, and then they'll fall to the ground, but then they haven't died, and they'll scramble themselves back up and stuff like that. And so like for me, I was a bit like there's definitely an element of like, are they dead? Are they not dead? And
Got to aim for the head.
yeah, and so as I
little
said,
X
I'm not
comes,
that...
I think, on the cursor when you've killed someone. There's like a little visual feedback, and you know what they're dealt with. But
and like there's an interesting one where they do this whole sort of like, if you've shot them in the like a really great place, it'll take you out and show you them being the bullet going through them.
Oh yeah, like a
that.
kill cam.
A slow,
almost,
yeah, like a kill
down.
cam. But I never really sort of got the idea, because sometimes the bullet would, I'm assuming it went straight through the heart or maybe straight through the head and stuff like that. So for me, like, I found the mechanics okay. It wasn't interesting enough. I didn't realize until the end of the game that I had to maintain my guns.
Oh.
And so my guns weren't great. And then it wasn't until the end I was like, oh, I can. There's this maintain, and I was like, oh, I can maintain it. And I basically cleaned up all my guns, and like they all became a lot better and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, so I didn't really even pay attention to what the right rifle is to use, what the right like handgun is and stuff like that. I just, whatever I had on me at the time, I was just walking in with. And so like I know some people become really attached to, like, I really want a really good handgun here, and I'm looking at the ones that this person's dropped versus the one that I've got, and should I take it and stuff like that. I was sort of just like, oh, this is the one I've got, I'll go with it. And I think I got through all the game with it, just doing it like that. So it shows you that there is a level of, they are focused on people that don't really care too much about the weapons or the fighting mechanics to be able to progress through. And so I can therefore understand people that do care more about sort of like the those type of mechanics, and like being like, I really want clean shots and guns like kept maintained and all that type of stuff, higher caliber and all that stuff. And actually the game's simplified it too much for us, but I'm assuming there must be things that they can toggle on and off in the background. So for me, like, I was happy enough at my level, but I appreciate I'm just more of a casual gamer in that sense. And so I think take what you want from that, but it's I thought that those mechanics were fine. And you had another question at the very end I've forgotten. It wasn't just about
to do with your wanted levels and the lore.
Oh, that was it. The wanted levels.
Yeah.
With the wanted level stuff, because interesting enough, you say you'd go in and rob the bank, and so you're therefore just doing something off your own accord there. You're not sort of been pushed by mission. I never really did much of that.
Yeah.
However, you do get bounties through doing some of the main stories and stuff like that. What I just tended to find was, as soon as I got a bounty and I knew that I had it, I'd head straight to the post office or wherever it was and pay it off as soon as possible. I really didn't want that hanging over my head, because it's one of those things. It's like, you know, being pulled over at the side of the road, or those side missions. As soon as you go somewhere you need to do something, you know that could pull you out for another 20-30 minutes, and I knew that would take me away from the main story quest and stuff like that. So I always just went straight over, paid it off, and got on my merry way.
Didn't have to deal with that. Did you play mouse and keyboard, or did you use a controller?
Mouse and keyboard.
Because even when I play on PC, for a third-person game, I will use a controller. First-person and strategy, I'll use mouse and keyboards, but I always have a controller to use for third-person games. How was the key bindings and things? I assume they play fine with third-person, but in my stupid head, I'm like, well, third-person has to have a controller, otherwise it's not. I won't be able to play it properly.
No, I found it was more than fine. I think it's just like, once you get used to it, like, it's like anything, if you're playing something and you start playing it for a couple of hours, you suddenly get used to it. There are some keys I think I rebound the middle key on my mouse, the wheel where you can click on it to be that for Deadeye and stuff like that. The only thing I would notice, and I'm sure I could have sorted this out in the settings at some point, within my computer, but there's you have to press, I think it's like left control, like keep tapping it on the keyboard, so there'd be like things where you just have to tap loads for something to happen, and it would say control and you just be tapping and stuff like that, and I would suddenly get sticky key come up as like a little pop-up on my keyboard, and then it'd be like, what do you want to do with this? And there was a few
still
times
that weird noise and go
yeah. and you're like, what? So it doesn't feel like whatever you click is there's no way for it to just say ignore sticky keys for the next
knock
10
it
minutes
off.
or whatever. Like, and I'm sure there's, as I said, there's probably a setting on my computer just to have it turned off. But there was a few times that cost me a death and a mission. But what I do like about and I'm seeing this in Cyberpunk I'm playing now, and what Red Dead does as well as other games, is that if you die within a mission, it's not throwing you to the very start of that mission again. It throws you
Yeah.
back to a logical checkpoint that realistically isn't too far away from where you died, and so like you can be like, okay, that's fine, I could get back to that point within probably the next sort of 30 seconds, if
Yeah.
not a minute.
Do you ever find the fail states in Rockstar games a bit frustrating? Like you can just if you're following someone, for example, if you wander too far to the left or the right, like it'll randomly fail saying, you're no longer in contact with, the NPC, or there's probably stealth sections or things like that. There's the way that their missions are designed sometimes that there's specific framework you have to operate in, or it just fails the mission and then goes back to a checkpoint. I'm normally fine with it. I remember a couple of times, I played GTA 5 last year, and there's a couple of those where I was like, I haven't failed the mission here. I've just deviated trying to get an angle on like a particular area, and it said, oh, you've left the mission zone and failed it. And I was like, it's a little bit annoying. Whereas you mentioned a game like Cyberpunk, pretty much you can, within reason, carry on and do what you need to do in most cases. But did you ever fall foul of, not you failing a combat encounter, so dying, but just not realising what it wanted you to do, or just losing track of where you had to go and it just would fail you, or was you okay on that front?
No, I was fine on that. I think they do a good job where generally if you need to follow something, there's like a yellow marker on the map, and so you're just trying to keep close to that. The only times I can think of that happened to me was when I did something stupid like, hey, follow those guys and they were on horses, and for some reason I decided to jump down and sort of like try and run after them rather than maybe jump on my horse, and then they would get away a bit quicker, and then I'd try and turn around to go back to my horse and go failed because but I get that I made a stupid mistake and was like, well, why did I just not just jump on that horse? And I thought it's mainly because I thought, they're probably going to get off their horses, so maybe if I'm just sort of following by foot, that's probably the right way. So it's me making more of a bad decision, but I then learn from it, and then the next time it would be fine. So I didn't really have too much of that deviating away. I was sort of always on the right path.
Yep. Any other business for Red Dead Redemption 2? Any things you wanted to call out?
Like
any
obviously this
details
is
haven't spoken about, or
I probably not worth speaking much about, but just to mention, I've not played any of the online mode, so I don't really know what.
I thought they
about.
binned that a few years ago, and then did they? Because I remember there was like, we're closing down Red Dead Redemption 2. There's a story where people were like sitting around campfires in the last days, and then
Was that Red Dead 1?
I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. But I know it's still running now. But at some point I thought it was binned, but unless they resurrected it or agreed to carry it on in like a foundational format.
I don't know. Like the only thing I really know about Red Dead 2 online mode, as I said, I haven't played it, is that I know there's quite a big community, a bit like GTA, where there's a role-playing community and people, role players in the West and have modded it up. But I don't know an awful lot about it. It feels like one of those that could be quite fun to jump in. I think
I did play
like
it for a bit, but not very long at all.
It's one of those games that, I think if you're going to play it with mates, like I imagine that's where you get most out of it in terms of like going on these heists together, like you was and actually I still look back quite fondly at sort of the GTA 5 online heists and stuff like that. They're always fun.
Infuriating.
That's the bit you can laugh at, and the bit you could the fun parts. But it's but that GTA is a completely different online game to when we played it. Like apparently it's all about businesses and all this type of stuff now, so completely different from what he's doing. But I haven't played it, but it's I wouldn't mind trying it, but I wouldn't go to it if I was just going to go and play on my own. I suspect I'll probably end up getting too busy griefed on it, and if I just turned up at my own and just shot all the time and stuff like that. But apart from that, there isn't super loads that I think more really to go into on Red Dead 2. Apart from I really enjoyed it. I'd say and we've been purposely vague for the stories when we talk about it, so we don't give away any spoilers. So, we probably should have highlighted at the start that this is a spoiler-free review, but it's one of the best stories.
Always assume they are spoiler-free. I have to cut bits out of Adkins sometimes. Adcock's worse, actually, in many ways. He will just chuck things in there, like, yeah. I have to sometimes write a note and think, right, that's got to come out like minute, whatever it was. So I can't have that. The game's only been out a week, and he's fucking chucked that out there.
Yeah,
but I always like to respect it and think, if just in case someone's not got to it, maybe they're waiting for a Switch 2 version, maybe they, I don't know, for whatever reason.
I think we can quite happily say it's probably today one of the best stories ever created in a video game.
Yeah.
And like it could easily be made into a film or a TV series, and a bit like Fallout's doing right now, and it's fantastic. And obviously some games don't do it so well, but I've definitely heard that Rockstar are just not interested in selling their IPs in that, and they see them as these multi-purpose video games where you're being hit from multiple different angles, and it's great. So I would say for anyone that wanted to play it, it's one of the best stories. Don't probably do what I did and just really focus on missions. Just know that you're going to play it, and know that you can put in 100 hours, even if that 100 hours takes you 2 years, and it's the only game you play for 2 years. It's probably still today the best game you could probably play and spend 100 hours in than any other game else out there, and that's just my view.
Yeah, on the Red Dead Online 2, they announced that they were not going to do any more major content releases. So that was back in 2024. Maybe I saw that. I think people assumed it was then going to be shut down, but it is still, the servers are still online. So that's what that was. I saw people assuming it was going to be closed off, and it's still knocking about. Well, let's get to the formalities then for Red Dead Redemption 2, into the gaming's gallery of games.
Has this been reviewed before on DIMP?
It would have been done. Let's see if we can get back into the history of things.
I was going to say.
Yep, I've got one in here. Surprised Adkins is not in here, unless he rated it different to me, but he likes the copy, doesn't he? He's not here. Interesting.
It was long ago that, maybe Adkins wasn't doing as much back then. We're talking about 7, 8 years ago.
Yeah. No, I've got mine there. So there'll be an old video / podcast with that somewhere. Where it is, I've got no clue. Because I remember it took me a couple of months probably, like from when it came out until when I had done it, quote unquote, or finished it, or happy to put it down, because I spent so long just going out to the wilderness. But yeah, it is in there. So my score's still in there, and it's in before I was splitting up into years. So it was a long time ago, before 2020.
Yeah.
So it would have been 2020, 2018, I imagine, or maybe early 2019 by the time I got through it. Yeah,
well, it was released end of November 2018, so if it's going to take you a couple of months, probably
pretty much lasted me through to the new year. I'm almost certain of that. And I didn't even do everything. Like, if I played that now, you mentioned the legendary animals and things like that, and the pelt. Like, I did a bit of that, but nowadays I'd actually probably spend more time, even more, doing that sort of stuff and getting all the bits for that and filling in the journal and whatnot.
And what? Because there's an interesting stat, like it shows you progression in the game, in the main story. So like that, I got up to 100%, but then there's progression in the game, and I think I only got to like 60% on that. And so a lot of that is like 40% of that story, but then 20% of that's side missions, collecting legendary. You can collect like cigarette cards and all those type of things. So I
100%ed GTA 5 last year. I'd never done that before, and the amount of stuff that I'd never come across before was insane. I was like, it was yeah, it was longer than most single player like reasonable games of stuff that I just hadn't encountered. And I've played that game through twice before, and this time I was like, right, I'm gonna 100% it. Used like the like Rockstar. I've got like a tracker links to your social account, and it kind of has like, here's the requirements for 100%. And yeah, it took me fucking ages.
Interesting. I was going to say, I'm assuming that there were points where you was like, you had to use some sort of wiki to get to the answer of something or find where something is, because I think it, like, to find, for example, where all like things like in Rockstar's sort of like all the sports cards or cigarette cards and stuff like that,
Yeah.
you sometimes they could be easily overlooked, and so unless you're looking in every nook and cranny across the whole map, and it's such a big map, it becomes so hard. And all I can link it back to is something like Guild Wars, where I put over 1,000 hours. I'm not saying it's that type of thing, but you get to a point where you've done what you feel as much as you can do without then taking a step to say, okay,
Yeah.
I now need a little bit of help to get to these next steps. And someone's had obviously put all these hard work, or several people have done it and updated it, and then the next person comes and updates a bit further, and it's
And nowadays,
accumulation
AI's just
of
nicked it and put it into a summary for you, so you don't even have to go on
Yeah.
their website. It just tells you in one. Yeah, I think to be honest, I may have exclusively just used the Rockstar account. There's like a section within like your Rockstar account where you can go into each game. It's got a load of stuff in there, and it was syncing my progress. And there's like an interactive map on there that showed
Where
certain
bits are.
things. Yeah, and I don't know whether I needed. I probably had to look some stuff up, which I'm not against doing. If I'm doing like a full cleanup like that, if I'm playing the game naturally and want to progress the story, I won't look things up. But when I'm trying to get a trophy or whatever, I will. But I remember looking at that. I spent a lot of time on Rockstar's own resources, and it showed a lot of the collectibles. Like, there's a load of underwater stuff you have to find. And it was like had the icons, so I just knew where to roughly go on the map. And then there's like a sonar thing that would trip to in game to, you could find it off that. So
I think for me, when you go to complete a lot of these type of games, I think and you obviously, this have to be something you really want, but I feel like it really enriches the lore to the game, because you suddenly start thinking like, well, why is this happening? Why is that? And like, there are meanings to it. And like, Rockstar are very good at like little things, just like links to like a serial killer that's just not even mentioned anywhere in the main story, not even a part of any side missions, but it's just maybe a scatter of dead people around, and it's all sort of linked, and you're like, it just adds sort of nice context and lore to the world, and that then can get built on in other games and stuff like that. There's online theories about links between serial killer in GTA and Red Dead and stuff like that, because of all like these lore things. And so I won't give anything away, but so I think that's really nice about sometimes when you try to 100% these games, that you get nuggets of information that generally most people won't get, and I think it then helps with that lore and stuff like that.
Yeah, they've got so much depth to these games. I mean, there's mysteries that have only just been solved in the last sort of like 2-3 months.
Did you see about the Red Dead mystery that's just been solved?
Yeah, I didn't read into it, but I saw that it was going around, and it's something to do with like spider webs or something.
As we're doing this, they've just progressed. So it's interesting. It's like a live ongoing thing, but someone, and I won't go into what the mystery is in case people want to go and read it themselves, but it's sort of someone came across something that no one else had noticed, and then started putting 2 and 3 together and whatever it is, and then they put it out and go, we need help with this, and then someone that sort of pulled other people in, and then they've sort of needs the next step, and then other people then take the next step. It's led them to this mountain and stuff like that, but they don't know what this means at this point. So it's sort of a bit like they've hit this hurdle, but they've got to that point where these are such in-depth mysteries that it needs a hive mind of like lots of different people looking at it for hundreds, thousands of hours to really figure out what's going on. And generally, it's probably just 1 or 2 developers that have been like, "Oh, this was a bit of fun," and probably without anyone really noticing. And they're probably messaging their mate right now and going, "Oh, do you remember that thing we put in Red Dead? They've only just found it, 7-8 years later, and they still haven't figured it out, but at least they're on the right track."
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, so Gaming's Gallery of Games, Red Dead Redemption 2. Does it earn a place into the gallery, or does it go into self-storage and sit outside? Sad.
Well, it is definitely going into the gallery.
Oh, there's a surprise. And then, now it's in the gallery, it can either be graded as a platinum, gold, silver, or bronze. No guidance is given as to what that means. It's up to your own brain to decide what that means. So, which award does Red Dead Redemption 2 get?
So, because I've only played the main story, so I think that might hinder my perception because there's a lot there that I've missed, and I know I've missed, and that plays on my mind. And when I'm going to bed at night, I'm thinking, and stuff like that. And I'm seeing all these things pop up on shorts on YouTube, and it sort of winds me up a bit. But still, with only playing the main game and main story, it's just a platinum just for the story alone. It could have just delivered a main linear-ish type story like that, and
You can play it like that. Like
yeah,
you can,
well, and I did, and
yeah.
it's
It'll play like a mafia
platinum
game.
in its own right in that story.
Yeah.
Everything else just keeps it more in that platinum range. So for me, it's probably the best game of the last decade. And GTA 5 was out of the last decade, so that's fine.
2013, yeah. So a little bit longer. Where would you rate the two if you had to? Well, not rate the two, but if you had to pick one over the other and do a little list of or even your top 3 Rockstar games. Let's just do that, and then that way you'll be forced to pick between a few of them.
All right, interesting. Without going into those two, interesting. Probably in my mind, third place is Bully. I don't know why. I've got such fond memories of playing Bully when I was a kid. If I went back to it now, it'd probably be ruined, and it probably won't be anywhere near as. There's probably rose-tinted glasses going on there, but I just loved that game at the time when it came out, and played the heck out of it. But I would they're very different games. I would say story alone, probably Red Dead. However, I probably got more out of GTA 5 in my time, and I really, really like the mechanic of the moving between the different characters on GTA 5. And just being able to use them in different contexts. I love the way that if I was just in the open world and I just wanted to see what Trevor was up to, and I could just go over to him and stuff like that. Red Dead didn't have anything like that, and so for me, and then when I think about the online mode, we played a lot more of the online mode. Quite a lot of that online mode in GTA. So I think for me, GTA 5 is probably still my favorite. Red Dead 2 is a close second. But it's very tight.
And then Bully third. Interesting.
Bully third.
Yeah, I do sometimes think about Red Dead 2 and just think I wish there was character swapping that you could take over like a bit more of a... Because I think, in my opinion, Arthur's a good guy. I wanted a Trevor-like, so I felt like I could go off the leash and go psycho. 'Cause that's what I'd do, is I'd take over as Trevor, go on a mass spree and think, in context, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Whereas if ever I did anything dastardly with Arthur, I felt like, this doesn't really feel like something Arthur would. The same with John Marston. The same problem I have with John. I was like, you missed out on so many of the different sandbox elements of just fucking about the game and being a lawless cowboy, because the characters you're taking over, in my opinion, don't lend themselves to those sort of behaviours. Even though it does have a whole morality scale in there, it feels like they're coded as good guys, really. Maybe anti-heroes in some ways, but I would have liked to, if I said Micah, if you could just control him, it would fit that would fit perfectly for causing a bit of chaos. But then you probably lose the story elements, because I think the GTA 5 story is nowhere close to Red Dead Redemption 2. It's like it runs rings around it, and that's not probably all down to the character switching, but it made things more complex for sure. And then being able to just focus on Arthur means we get what we got. So can't have your cake and eat it.
And you're right. It's I think when you take on a persona of a character, you get a feeling that sort of what that character's like, because the story's always going to, even if you got choices, will push you into a certain direction. And yes, you have the honor system where you could be low honor and stuff like that. But I suspect, and I must admit, I played at high honor. I suspect if I played Arthur at low honor, even though it do stuff, there would still be elements where you're like, oh, he's done the right thing there, even if you
Yeah.
don't real about it. So it's as you said, that sort of anti-hero, and so whereas Micah was just out for himself and wouldn't do that, and so like a Trevor. So, but you are right. You probably would have not therefore been as invested in Arthur if it didn't have those attributes. So, yeah, I suppose they're sort of different in their own sort of context. Yeah, and didn't either fit into the story, and then just feel like you completely change your character around in terms of just completely take them for new haircuts and pretend they're a different character at the end of everything, and just potentially do it that way. But I think it sort of missed the opportunity, as you said.
Yeah, can't have everything. So you can be grateful for what you got. And Red Dead Redemption 2 is an absolute stunner of a game. So earns itself its platinum, well deserved. That's what I gave it back in the day as well. So it truly is a remarkable game. Even today, there's things that these games are still struggling to keep up with. So we wait with bated breath for Grand Theft Auto 6. We see in a post Dan Houser world how that comes out, and we pray there's no more delays. Although if it has to be delayed to make sure that it's best, then fair enough. But if not,
Can't go 2 years with transferring out of my team.
it'd be interesting if it does get delayed, whether it ends up in a first place pick for the third year in a row. It has to come out next year, surely. That would then be the absolute banker, but we'll find out in due course. But Red Dead Redemption 2 is there for people to go and play, and if you haven't got to it, I strongly suggest that you have a go to it, and it might even put you in the mood to watch some westerns or something afterwards. So it will have that effect of putting you in that world. But a paper platinum for Red Dead Redemption 2. As usual, I'll bid you adieu, and we'll see you on the other side. Oh, chimpanzee that! Donkey Kong news. So that's stolen off another podcast.
Another one.
One of the OG podcasts.
Mate, what's
Ricky
it?
Gervais show, which was just a
is it-
rip-off of
was it
their
Pod-
XFM shows. But
Podfather, did they re-release it
Podfather.
as Podfather? That was
it
it.
like 3 sessions, yeah.
Very good.
Yeah,
I
that was
really
one of
wanna
the
know
first
why-
podcasts I listened to. I remember not really understanding what it was, and then every week I'd go on and I'd
There's
listen
someone
to it
else
on the
who's
PC.
claimed for like the first ever podcast, isn't there?
Yeah, but
But that is
Come on.
for us. Christopher Lydon,
yeah.
July 2003. Well, when was
Did we
them
trust that?
XFM?
Do we trust him?
Exactly.
I don't.
Nah, not as good as those pods. I always want to know what happened to those three. He always said that him and Merchant, we have a conflict of schedules. Like,
Yeah, well, it's like
something
anything,
happened.
innit? That happens in the Windows business. Sometimes just go your separate ways after a few years.
Yeah, that's true.
You get sick of them. You got to walk away from it all. But we're here to do Donkey Kong Bonanza, which I've already done, but Adkins has got his arse in gear and finished the Nintendo Switch title, which wasn't a launch title, came shortly afterwards.
No,
But
it was very shortly afterwards as well.
he's
wasn't
worked
it?
his way through. He's rolled credits. There's obviously some
Rolled after
post game that he's
credits.
working through, but at this stage, non-completed. So mainly be focused on the main campaign, the main game.
Yeah.
Donkey Kong background, I guess.
Donkey
What's that?
Kong
Is it
background is
short and
very
sweet?
minimal. It's very minimal. I'll tell you what, I've only completed one other Donkey Kong, and that was this year. It was the OG Donkey Kong on thinking completed in about 4 minutes on that game NES on the fucking Nintendo.
Is it on there?
Online. It's on there, the Donkey
How
Kong.
many,
yeah.
how many boards is it? 'Cause it's not levels back then. It's how many boards is it?
How many boards? 4, I think, or 5.
that it?
Yeah, it's really simple. It's like I
Has it
think
got
it's
the
10
rewind
minutes.
feature on there as well?
Yeah,
can
how long
piss
to
it.
beat? It's about. Let's have a look at how long to beat. I'm sure it's like 10 minutes or something like that.
I forgot to even think of that as an option. I might play that one day. Just chuck it on. And absolutely,
But-
I'll use the rewind feature. I'm not failing that. Was that Mario's first? There's some controversy about that. I think.
Yeah, so it's
he
it's
called
when he's not
Jumpman?
18 minutes. It's claiming 18 minutes. Donkey Kong, 1981. 18
hell.
minutes long, that game. So I've completed. I'll tell you what, though. It don't help me because there's no credits. Fucking
No.
hell.
Does it just end, or does it just go back
Just
to the
ends, yeah, it
main
just goes back to the
screen?
beginning again. It's like, fuck's sake. So, yeah,
round.
so that's before Mario. You are Jumpman.
Jumpman, yeah. But he
trying
looks
to
like
get
Mario, doesn't he?
Yes, it
Okay.
is. This is basically Mario in a blue and white outfit.
If my law's correct, you play as Donkey Kong Jr. in the second one to
That's
rescue Big
right.
Donkey Kong.
That's
But then
it,
there's
yeah.
one of them's grumpy. Anyway, I'm not going into the lore of Donkey Kong. I'm not
No.
well versed enough. But there is actually a
No,
timeline there for people to follow.
There is a timeline, yeah. I
care
would have.
about it.
Can't remember if I owned any of them, but I certainly would have played a bit of like Donkey Kong Country on the
Yeah.
SNES. I
Yep.
never played Donkey Kong 64. It's got a bit of like a sort of cult fan base that has, but
Fucking losers.
yeah. And then I did really want to pick up that Tropical Freeze on the Switch, but never did. So
I picked it up. I never played it, so I did that.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
I put that into the world. So
But
helped him
no,
out.
that is it for my Donkey Kong. I have no. I'll tell you what. Probably the game I've played the most is Diddy Kong Racing.
Yes.
I had that. I owned that on the N64. But in terms of DK and his side-scrolling adventures, yeah, this is the first ever Donkey Kong game I've played. Well, bar the OG classic I
very
just
OG
mentioned. This
So-
is the first one.
This was the fast follower to Mario Kart World.
Yep.
I think this is the one I was looking forward to in terms of the Switch too. I was like, right, this is the game I wanted to play and get involved with. Was you in the same boat for that, or was you?
What? Because it seemed it was weird that it weren't confirmed. It took ages to be
Yeah.
confirmed, but it was the spiritual successor to Mario Odyssey. Same team, but they didn't confirm it at all. Even though the first trailer, everyone was expecting new 3D Mario Odyssey 2. Everyone thought was a banker, and it turned out it was Donkey Kong Odyssey.
This time. Did that take the shine off it? Would you prefer?
To be honest, when I first saw it, I thought it increased it. Like,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
was
if a
the same.
new Donkey Kong game had come out, I was like, cool.
Yeah.
And I think Odyssey was held in such high regard that boosted it. Yeah, but yes, the hype was big for this just because of how fun it looked to play, and I've never seen like a 3D Donkey Kong, so I was like, wow. If it was just
Yeah.
either had the 2D side scrollers, well, that's all we've had, isn't it? I never played that 64. I think might be 3D, but never played that. So yeah, so the hype was real, and because then it was like once they did that direct and sort of went into it a bit more. The hype grew, and they confirmed it was the Odyssey team working on it.
Yeah.
Was very hyped. So it was their day done. It was one of those Adkins games that did get played for a little while and then got put on the bin pile for a little while. A lot of it was because of young Albert done a fucking thing on me.
We wanted to play it.
Yeah, he wanted to play it. Mario, what was it? Wonder.
Yeah.
Did that on me, but he was he got the talking to, and he wasn't allowed to play it in the same game as me, in the same room. Sorry.
Did he finish it before you?
He finished it before me. Yeah.
And he got
hasn't-
through it okay.
He got through it okay. He never. I think he might have used that assist mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he might have babied it a bit, but yeah, he did. He hasn't got many. He hasn't done any of the challenge rooms or anything post content.
No
So
trials
he
or
got
anything like
that story done
He's
and washed his
half-assed
hands.
it as Master Albert.
He really has. And then once he was done and dusted with it, I got my Switch back. I was like, finally, fucking hell, I can play it.
Had to buy a
and then-
second one.
Yeah, he did want one. I was like, I ain't buying him one of them fucking grabby little bars. He's already broke that. That OG Switch he's got is on its last legs. I've got an OLED sitting in there that's just rotting. I'm too scared to give it to him because you should see the state of that fucking Switch. It's unbelievable. She's got this fucking thing. I wish I should have got in. I mean, look at that
the
screen.
light.
You could see it in the fucking. That's what kids do to you. Get them
Scrambling.
them.
Wow.
So yeah, very minimal history with Donkey Kong, but it got played and got completed. Don't know how long it took me. My thing says
No.
25 to 30 hours.
Sounds about
Could
right.
be
yeah.
anywhere.
Was you
Could be anywhere.
doing? Was you clearing down? How was you
I did
tackling this one?
I forget how many. Oh, because it's levels, isn't it? Literally levels.
Yeah.
I was at the
Layers.
beginning, and then when I sort of came back to it, I sort of did for a bit. I was trying to
You
get
don't
as
need
much.
to do any of this. You can just do the campaign missions. There's no, and you don't have to collect a number of bananas to progress.
No.
That's quite different to my understanding of some of the other games. Is to get through it's like more of a collector form where you have to get a minimum number of bananas.
Oh, wasn't that with Odyssey as well? You
yeah,
had to get
those
a minimum
moons. Yeah,
moons,
you
didn't you,
couldn't
to
move
get
on
to
the
the
level.
next-
So this
That's
is a bit of a
right.
change of direction.
Yeah, and I love that everything is attainable as well. Like you can you can buy the maps, and it will tell you where exactly everything is, which is great. So you can sort of come back and do all that shit. But yeah, I did start to clear down as much as I could see. Those sort of rooms that you could go in, you know, like it was like almost like a little challenge room, and you had to find 3 bananas in there. I did start doing every one I came across. About 3/4 of the way, and then again I was like, right, I just want to get this ticked off, and I'll come back to the post-game comment. So then, yeah, the last sort of quarter of the game, I just went and just sort of mainlined it, was skipping those rooms and just getting the bare minimum I could, just to get it over the line.
Yeah,
I think
I think it's the way to do it sometimes.
Yeah, I think I ended on 400. I think there's 700, isn't there? You can get. Oh no, there's 1,000. I think you can get, but I think you can get the 100% with about 700 bananas or something. So I've got about 400, so just over half.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's the way to do it. Changing gears. What did you think of the performance side of things? Because I found that it was fine mostly, but there were certain powers that you'd use where it would really crap the frame rate down. And the camera sometimes fucked me over. Like, I ain't taking user error L's on those ones. That was getting right up my fucking arse. It was, and I couldn't see, and I'd fall off a ledge and be like, right.
Definitely did find it quite challenging towards the back end as well.
It's not easy. It's not like just a fucking walkthrough. Like it will. The boss battles are quite. You're like, oh shit! There's a few phases to this. Like, it wants me to play. Like, we got to go here. We got to lock in.
Yeah, the traversal as well. If I fell off a map and stuff, I'd be like,
mate.
fuck, like, yeah, and just where I was, just sort of smashing. I was like trying to like level. I think right at the beginning was just trying to level the fucking levels. You know, knock everything down.
Yeah.
And that when there's fucking gold particles flying and that, I was like, oh, Chugzilla.
Yeah.
It's chugging. So yeah, the performance is a bit iffy. And it's sort of the clip, like it doesn't clip, but you know, like when Donkey Kong comes up to the camera and then you sort of see all the little dots of what he's made of. I don't know what they call that. That kept bugging me. I was like, and you go, bloody hell. I got to say, I didn't think it looked as good as like it did on the trailers once it was in the game. Like, I was like, oh, so I remember Odyssey was quite a good looking game, wasn't it? It had different for a Mario game, certainly. I don't know, there was like a few sort of textures and stuff in this that weren't as sharp and that as I thought. I don't know if it just gets spoiled now with all these realism 4K games, but especially with this is on Switch 2, I really did expect this to be like, oh, it's gorgeous looking.
Did you play it handheld or docked or mixture?
I did a bit of mixture of both, to be honest. Yeah, I wish there was like a stat on this Switch that told you how much you did play. Because
they've got the data. It's there. They know, but they won't tell us.
They know, didn't they? Because they won't.
Mine would be 99.99% docked.
That's it.
The only time I took my Switch out to play it handheld was because it wouldn't let me connect my Pro controller without taking it out and doing something with the Joy-Cons. Other than that, it went back straight away. I was like, that's going to sit in there for years on end.
No, I think there was a couple of times where I just sort of laid down or went and played it in a different room and the kids are in the front room, I thought, I'll go and sit on the sofa and play it.
Yeah.
Or if I go and have a turtle head, I'll go and take it up there with me and get some of that. I would sort of forget, I'll be playing it docked and then be like playing it like, oh, I need a crap.
Yeah.
Then I sort of forget, and I thought, oh, I could take it with me. I forget about this.
Yeah.
So yeah, but the majority I'd probably say was docked, but
Yeah.
I certainly did play a bit, and it sort of it ran pretty. I didn't notice too because of the smaller screen and stuff. It does a good job of not being noticeably poorer looking. I think because of the smaller screen, it condenses quite well.
Yeah.
And yeah, the performance didn't seem to differ. I mean, it was like I say a bit shoddy on docked. It was a bit shoddy on handheld. But yeah, I do wonder because it's a very ambitious game with the what you can do, the fucking literally leveling and chomping your way through entire maps.
Yeah. Let's talk about the USP of it. Is the destruction. You can pretty much. And there are guardrails. You can't smash every single block away. There's like bedrock basically that you can't do it, but you can fucking flatten a lot of the world here, and that's kind of like the USP of it. It's used for to hide bananas. It's used for puzzles. It's used for traversal.
Them fossils.
Yeah, them fossils. Exactly. Collectibles are hidden in there. So that's the main. Like when we first saw it, like, oh shit, you can Minecraft this essentially.
Yeah. It was good, and I like the sort of levels that they sort of almost change as well, especially some of the levels like they literally did change. I think it was one of the earlier ones where you had to like progress through the level and then it would change like a water level, and so the water would rise, and then after you fucking chomped up half of the level, it sort of it did feel like it almost changed some of the environments. But I thought it was very fun to play, that whole loop of just smashing your way through. Like it was very ambitious, and the enjoyment of smashing the levels and smashing your way through everything, that was I did really enjoy that side of the game.
I definitely enjoyed it, but then at a certain point I stopped doing it. Like to the extent I was, I think in it, like when it was a novelty, I was like, you start off in that fucking mine or whatever it is, and I was just going, I was in there for about 2 hours, just fucking, and I was like, hang on a minute, I'm not getting anywhere here. This could be a 50-hour game if I'm not careful. So
I'll tell you what I didn't use as much as I thought I would was that fucking skiing. Like you could.
Oh yeah, you can like skim the rocks and use.
That's it. I didn't
I fell off a few times. I was like, I fell off the world and died, and I was like, hang on a minute, I didn't feel like I was in control. And some of the challenges have that as the actual main challenge, is to skate your way through.
I did find them a bit of a bother. Also, like you could like attach certain, like the surfaces have different textures, and there'd be like a slot mud. You could stick that to stuff and use it. Didn't really use that much, to be honest, as much as I thought I would. It really was just like an absolute Donkey Kong master, just smashing my way through everything.
Trying to build, isn't it? Like, does make
it's a great idea. It's sort of like when they made the idea for this game and wrote it down on paper, I sort of thought that's such a good idea for this character for a Donkey Kong game.
Yeah,
and like I said, that for the most part, the execution of it. Certainly just that sort of the levels of destruction, something only Battlefield could dream of. Levolution.
Yes, indeed. Although there is no real physics, is there? Like you can just leave floating bits of, but that's a different kettle of fish. They're not going to be doing that. Normally the highlights of a Donkey Kong game or even a Mario game or a game of this ilk is the levels that you go to, or layers in this case. You're kind of digging down towards the core. What did you think of the variety on offer and the vibe of each of them? There's quite a few to get through.
There was quite a few. There's a lot more than I anticipated. I can't really remember how long or how many different zones there were in Odyssey, but it certainly felt to me that this was a lot bigger and more zones. It sort of kept going down. And I mean, they're sort of almost like biomes, aren't they? They're sort of different zones. You had like the beach area, then you got the snow, and for the most part, I mean, a lot of them played very similar. You had like the icy one where you'd sort of skid about a bit, or
Skiddy
Lava one.
Barucci.
Skiddy Barucci, cool. Do you remember that place?
Is that what it was called? It wasn't called Barucci.
Skiddy Barucci's, yeah, the birthday party there in
How do you
primary
spell that?
School. Barucci.
What is a Barucci? Is it
I
something?
don't know. Skiddy Barucci's.
Because that's a.
It does come up. BROOCHES. It was. There it was. A video on YouTube about it.
Oh yeah, Skiddy
Skiddy
Barucci's.
Barucci's.
South End Victoria Circus.
Christ.
Cool, you can get a T-shirt of Red
I
Bubble.
was just looking at that. South End Central. Let's
Holy
get 'em.
fuck. That's insane.
That is insane.
What's
I didn't
going on in this
remember that.
world?
That's at the bottom of the Royals, isn't
You
it?
can't even find some old F1 race, but you can get a Skiddy Barucci's T-shirt. What's happening? There were
Unbelievable.
interesting.
What's the question? I've lost it.
we talked about the levels, and one of them was skidding
Oh yeah, the
around
levels.
on
Oh yeah, the
ice.
different things. Yeah, I did sort of find a lot of them were, like they looked nice, and it was a different sort of environment, and you had new enemies and things. But it didn't sort of really change much. It was just sort of, going through the levels, smashing. I quite like that. The only good thing I did like is that they sort of gave a level scaling, didn't they, of how hard the terrain was.
Yes.
So that's like the 5-star
Yes.
system.
Right.
And you did
forgot about
notice that it was sort of a bit harder to get through certain stuff. Normally you could just easily munch your way through, but sometimes it would take a little bit of extra. And then once you started unlocking all the different Kongs that you get, then you get to use some of them to get through certain stuff.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean they looked nice, but I do sort of thought by the end of it I was like, well, they're all sort of essentially a bit the same, really. Just a couple of extra ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, nice. They didn't have a water world, did they? Were you underwater or anything?
No, there's no going underwater, which was
Nah.
you can go and swim on like the surface, but there's no real underwater sections, which was a bit like
No. And a lot of them did
interesting.
remind me of Odyssey as well. You had like that beach level. I was
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, this is very Odyssey. And then was there like a? Do you remember there was like a sort of like dessert level, like where it's all like ice creams and
Yeah,
stuff? And there
yeah.
was a similar one to this that had all sort of desserts and ice creams and more. No, it was like a fucking burgers, wasn't it? It's that level we had to make a burger.
Yeah.
Shit
On the
like that. So
feast.
yeah, I suppose it's very inspired because it's the same team and stuff. But yeah, like I say, after a while they did sort of all meld into one, really. For
One of the
me.
things that they've got here is the bananas we mentioned aren't for progress. They're actually to give you skill points. So
Right,
you
yes.
can there's a skill tree in there
that's
for
right.
DK and for Pauline as well. You can like upgrade her
Yeah.
effectiveness. I think there's certain things in there. There's outfits and things that buff and do certain things. And then the highlight, I guess, is the Bonanza skills that you unlock throughout the game. What do you think of that aspect of the game with the skills, the tree and the Bonanza skills and Pauline? And
Yeah, I
all
think
that?
that's probably was the best part of the game, to be honest. Like, as much as the fun of the smashing the bitch, like you say, it does become tiresome after a while once the novelty wears off. But yeah, I think the fun part was getting these skill points and getting, was it 5? You get every 5 bananas, you get 1 skill point, something like that. So yeah, building them up, and certainly a lot of different skills you can get. And yeah, some of the costumes and that. Finally, I was like, I think that towards the beginning of it, I was trying to find everything, trying to find as many fossils as I could, because that was the currency for buying the outfits, wasn't it? The fossils.
What do you think about the fossils only being the currency for that set level, so you can't just cash
Yeah,
in
that was the
elsewhere?
thing. Yeah,
I was
I
a bit
did-
like, you fuckers.
You bastards.
Yeah.
Yeah. I suppose they're trying to get you to go back once the game was finished, because I suppose if it's like a 20-hour campaign or whatever, people want a bit more out of it. They're trying to get you back. But yeah, I did think that. So I was like, oh bloody hell.
Yeah,
And I noticed like the trouble is if you did like one of the first earlier levels, I started like knocking everything down and then unlocked like a level 3 outfit. Well, then you get to the next area and you don't do as much. You're like, well, that one's not as strong as that one. So I was like, but I quite enjoyed sort of the different upgrades and things, and certainly the Bonanza things. They were the best part. They were brilliant, some of them.
Them
didn't really-
transformations.
Transformations, yeah. Didn't really get to use the snake too much. Slippery old snake.
Yeah, that's the worst one easily.
Mm.
I think.
But yeah, that's quite a fun. And like certainly the missions to go and get those, were they all? You had to go and get like the vinyl. You had to get like pieces
Yeah,
of the vinyl. Were
a
they all
record, two vinyl pieces, and then
That was
the,
it, then
the
do your
elder
little
of
scene.
that zone or that area would kind of go, "Oh, bless you with this bonanza skill," and it would
That
unlock
was
a new
it.
gameplay mechanic for DK. And
That's
Pole
right.
Lane.
Yeah, I thought it did do a good job of sort of the progression of it as you sort of, and then unlocking these different bonanzas, and then that, like you say, adding new sort of things to do, new sort of gameplay features, and made it almost a bit like a sort of puzzle, like them challenging rooms. There'd be ones that were specific to
Yeah.
that bonanza as well. That was quite interesting. Yeah, I quite enjoyed that.
Well, what else we got here? Well, what else? What's
Think about
coming to mind for you
Pauline.
for this bonanza?
Pauline, the inclusion of Pauline.
Yes.
It was never really. I mean, it's hard to discuss it.
So-
going to go into story spoilers or
Do
anything.
you want the lore though?
What's the law that you know?
Well, it's to do with the original Donkey Kong.
Oh, right.
So there's
I didn't know that.
references that Pauline will make to another Pauline or another name. Apparently, that's Nana or Mama of Pauline in that first DK. Because you know he's got captured Donkey
Oh,
Kong's
yeah,
captured
yeah.
whatever. It's supposed to be that's like a family, like
Oh,
it's not related to DK, but it's
Like-
like worn into it.
yeah. Because I did see, because there's conversations, isn't there, about she refers to her grandmother or something.
That's it, yeah. I think that's what it's
That's
supposed
it.
to be. It's
Ah,
not
of course.
explicitly said anywhere. I don't think.
No, it's not.
There's no official timeline that Nintendo have done
No,
with
there's
Zelda
not.
when they crapped over that and shit on it all.
Yeah, same
But-
with the Pauline from Odyssey as well. Because I was thinking, oh, this must be
Yes.
this is a prequel. This must be when she's a little girl and then grows up. But I don't know if that is or not. No,
Yeah,
I don't.
I'm not sure now. I don't know what's going on with that. I
No.
assume it is, but it's a bit like
No.
okay. I
But-
don't know what you're doing.
well, I think that's-
Why are you melding the timelines? They want a fucking movie
I'll
out
tell
of
you
it,
what I-
don't they?
Did do. I don't know if you did, but I did play a little bit of co-op where
Oh no, I didn't. I didn't know how that
Albert-
works. Yeah.
Albert played as Pauline, so she's still on your back.
Yeah.
But she just sort of shouts words at the rocks, and it sort of smashes.
Does it like hit enemies as well, and like stun them?
Yeah, it's
or-
like a bit of like assist mode, basically. Yeah, it just sort of
Yeah.
stuns them or hits them. It's pretty weak, to be honest. But yeah, that's what I was trying to think. As an inclusion, she don't really add much to it, other than you use her to unlock those.
does all the talking, didn't she?
Yeah, it does the talk. Yeah, that was interesting to see. She starts singing, and that unleashes that blue, purple, whatever void stuff. that
Void,
done it.
yeah.
But other than that, she sort of don't really do anything, does she? She's a bit
No.
sort of a bit like Cappy, I suppose. I mean, he was useful because you could throw his hat and jump off
Yeah.
him and that.
Quiet little bastard as well. Has got on with his job.
Yeah.
Speaking of Void and whatnot, that's like the main antagonist, the corporation
Yes.
are avoiding out. What do you make? I mean, this is not a story-based game, really. So
No,
the
no.
antagonist is what it is. But
Yeah,
make of the
yeah.
whole
Again,
Void?
very reminiscent of. Do you remember the Broodals?
yeah, they
So
were better
very-
than that, though. I think
Yeah, I think they were. Yeah,
at least the bosses were, because on that I remember just jump on their heads,
Avoid
avoiding.
you had to do, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Just avoid their
um,
attack, jump on there 3 times, done.
Like we said, these
Yeah.
bosses have actually got some. Well,
Yeah.
there's one or two, or a handful that I'm pretty sure I beat in like 4 seconds.
Yeah,
But then there were other ones. I was like, oh, I need to actually put
yeah,
game
there
hat
was
on.
I died a couple of times.
Yeah.
as well. We kept making certainly towards that back end as well. I had to keep making sure I had those apple juices. Was it?
Yeah.
When you die, because that really, and the fucking checkpoint
expensive.
on some of it, that was disastrous. That
Yes.
really got up my guff. That did, but
That fucked me off royally. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Daft
but that
fucks.
void,
Now
yeah,
upgrade that daft cunt.
yeah,
Have that,
should.
Nintendo.
the Void Card, like you say, I'll agree with you there that they were better than the Broodals, more memorable, and quite like that they had a bit of character about more as well, rather than generic enemy one and B. Was it Grumpy Kong? They sort of played into the story, and you sort of got to know their story. And then they sort of came back as well, and okay. So definitely more enjoyable. But I think the boss battles in this game are quite standout and quite fun.
Yeah.
Very varied, very interesting. But I enjoyed that. Any other business thing? I mean, the music. A lot of people will mention the music. It's very, it's very Donkey Kong. The whole thing is about that she wants to be a singer as well, so she does her little sing songs. He beats
Get
his
on X
chest.
Factor if you want to do that.
Exactly that. But I just did find her a bit sort of like, what is she here for? I mean, I know it's quite cute. There's very like Nintendo-y, very sort of to add a little girl in, make them a little cute duo. Sells well, doesn't it?
I blame Sony for this. Everyone's got to have a fucking companion with them now.
Yeah.
Waffling.
Ellie.
If it's Ellie, then it's Atreus.
Oh yeah, the Ed.
Yeah.
And that Death Stranding Doll Man.
Yeah, Doll Man. What are we doing?
Unbelievable. What we doing
just
here?
do it on my own. I don't need these fucks.
I can smash through a fucking wall in the whip of a button. I don't need her on me back. Odd, but
she used to sing to kill off the void and unlock some of the void bits, isn't she?
That's right. Yes, yeah.
That's her little skill, I guess, to get you through the game. But
did you play any of the extra game mode, DK Artist?
I went in it for about 3 minutes, and I was like, "Get this off! I don't understand what this is." I done it by accident. I was on the menu, and I was like, "What's that?" Just loaded it in. I was like, "Ugh."
What is that?
Yeah,
Albert played it for quite a bit. It was
time in there
fucking
at all.
chopping. No, I didn't either, to be honest. But it's I don't know. There's something holding me back. I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on what it was. The feeling I got coming away from finishing Odyssey, I didn't get this from Donkey Kong. I don't know, and I'm not sure why. Because I enjoyed the gameplay. I thought that was quite fun. I mean, the story didn't, like you say, you're not playing these for fucking well-beaten stories. It's just the typical Nintendo. The challenges were fun. There was, like you say, those fucking shit bloody checkpoints and stuff like that got on my ass a few bits. But, I mean, it's an enjoyable game to play, and it doesn't sort of overstay its welcome. But, coming away from it, I was expecting it to be the second coming of Christ. What people talk about, like the way people were talking about it as well, was like, this is a real. I don't know. There's just something. I
enjoyed it, but it wasn't the be or end all. Like it was in some circles made out to be.
Yeah,
so
I wonder if it's because we don't have that much of a history with Donkey Kong. I don't know.
I mean, there's probably. I know there's definitely some fan service in there, but if that's enough to fucking pull that up to that sort of level, I'll be like, you need to have your head checked.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the most enjoyable parts of the game is something that we can't really discuss because it's a very big spoiler. But that's good. But again, I mean, I'm sure that would have hit a lot harder had I been the OG. I reckon Salmon must have been wanking in his underpants when that happened. But because we don't, I mean, we're both Nintendo boys back in the day, so we both played some OG Mario games, so we have a bit of prior knowledge. And
but any normal person will just say the Donkey Kong lore isn't.
Yeah.
It ain't that detailed. So what are we getting excited about for? It is what it is.
Yeah.
It's a vehicle.
But no, I think going into it, like, I was very hyped, and especially like just thinking, oh yeah, this sounds right up my alley, and then just seeing that the gameplay and being like, it sounds like you could do anything, you can smash your way through. And it, like you say, it was fun to do, but after a while you sort of stop doing it and you just go through the game as normal. And
Yeah.
wasn't like I say, it wasn't a bad taste, but it just felt like it didn't get that upper echelon
No.
level of like, oh no, that was it that we did with Odyssey.
I agree. Should we do the formalities for Bonanza?
Do the fan for the Bonanza,
We
yes.
crap on it too much, and it gets put out fucking to pasture.
Like I say, I was so we've done that, and I completed it, and then ended on about just under 400 bananas, and I've done one of the post-game challenges, which is where people have said that the hardcore Donkey Kong fans that love the challenge of Donkey Kong, this is made for them. And
I'll
I've only done
say it's
one of them.
doable because I did it.
Right,
If I can do it,
So how
then it's
many are
doable.
there? Do you know?
I believe there are either how many Bonanza skills are? I think it's one for each skill, and then
Is there?
like an end one. 5 or 6.
Is it?
I think there's 4 or 5 Bonanza skills, and then
So it's got to be.
and then there's like another one.
The final
so,
one in there was there. Astrobot-esque.
Yeah, that loved that. To be honest, I played the DLC of Astrobot after, and I was like, "Oh, this is." Do you know what? This is the thing, actually. Just speaking about this, that's reminded me. I may have said this when I was talking about it a few months ago, but when I played Astrobot afterwards, I was like, "Oh, Donkey Kong's not really a platformer." At all.
No, it's not. No.
This is a platformer. Like when I was playing the challenge levels of Astrobot, I was like, this is a precision platformer. Donkey Kong's not that. It's like this weird hybrid of, exploration and obviously using the terrain and certain things. There is platforming in it, but the core of it's actually more combat focused.
Yeah.
Using, punching things and traversing to a certain extent.
Game.
But it's more chaotic. Like it's just a more chaotic game. Whereas like, when I was playing Astrobot, you have to be fucking pixel perfect nearly for those harder ones. I was like, oh, this feels completely different. Even though from the outside you look at them and say, oh, 2 3D platformers. They play very differently. Anyway, talking bollocks again.
No, I totally agree. And I wonder if we've been poisoned with how good Astrobot was.
Maybe.
In the 3D realms, he sort of showed Mario how it's done.
Yeah,
and having coming off of the back of that game of, and I was expecting this to be of the same ilk, and I'm sure it might be in the conversation for Game of the Year. I
think it will be. But
it will, yeah.
It won't be for myself personally, but I think generally it'll be in there. But nothing's going to beat Clair Obscure, unfortunately, for people. We have to deal with that. So that needs to be put to the front of the list for him. More pressure piled on.
More pressure. Now that Borderlands 4's done, there's another. Oh, actually, there ain't, 'cause that's been filled by Returnal now, which is a disastrous. Don't even go there, but you never know. Another little soldier could pop up and go, "Go on, start Claire." I do really want to. Every time I listen on a podcast, everyone's going, this game's special, man. It's the best game of the year." And I hate getting to game rewards at the end and they're like talking about the game. I had it with fucking Baldur's Gate 3 when they were talking blowing smoke up their arse, and I was like, I've played it but I ain't finished it. I want to be able to get it all done and dusted, but it's not a quick game. So, and now this, they'll be like talking about it. I'll be like, I haven't even played it. Oh god, I've got a month to complete it quick.
It's not an overly long game. Like it can be done. But yeah, that'll be cleaning up, I think, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
This will be a close
DLC
second, though, I'd imagine. But the true goatee, Death Stranding 2 on the beach, will just be shelved by everyone else.
I don't know. You never know with fucking... what's his name? Jeff. He absolutely loves... I do wonder if he could tickle Kojima and give him... Did he? Because Death Stranding got Game of the Year, didn't it? For Game Awards.
I don't think so. I think it won.
Did it not?
No, I don't think it did.
Oh, did it not?
I can't remember what year it came out now, but
must have given it best action game. Or something.
Maybe it got best direction. Maybe, I don't know. He claims he's not involved in it. It's all the media doing it.
Here we go. Game Awards. It won best game direction, best score, and best performance from Mads Mikkelsen.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was nominated for Game of the Year. No, it didn't. What? 2019. What? Oh, Disco Elysium won. Yeah. Oh no, Sekiro. Didn't know that.
Yeah, again, that's just crap in it.
But yeah, I reckon it will. Yeah, well, you never know. But yes, no, I can see this game being in talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I mean, it goes into the gallery. The
Yep.
gallery is open. It does go in. And because I
go?
didn't get my lasting upper echelon score, Adkins gives it a silver.
Silver. That's exactly where I chucked it.
Did it? Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
fine. It's good. It's fine. I think it just
That's
it,
good.
it waned a little
Yeah.
bit, but wasn't like
Yeah, I think that's
completely
when
obsessed
in-
with it.
No, and I think that's why I didn't play it, start and stop it. I did stop and put it down for, I don't know, my boy didn't help with that, but I did. Yeah, normally something like that would have gripped me and I wouldn't have put it down. But yeah, there's just something I can't quite put my finger on that it didn't stick with me, and I've come away going, yeah, that was good. I did enjoy it. Good game, but it's not one I'd be talking about as the greats of the business.
No. Fair enough.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair, cop. Donkey Kong Bonanza earns itself a silver, joins alongside my particular award for that earlier in the year. Nintendo back to the drawing board, I'm afraid. And we'll see what else they've got cooking, which is normally a fair bit. They're absolutely selling bucket loads of those Switch 2s. They've got them in stock, so people who want one can just get one. It's paying off for them, so...
I was all comparing it to PS4 sales earlier.
Yeah. No, he wasn't. It's just that's what the article
that's
says.
what the thing
Now, the
was,
PS4, I
yeah.
couldn't get one for months.
Really?
I didn't get one at launch, and then I tried to get one November.
I don't think I did.
I couldn't get one until February.
No, I didn't, did I? Yeah, it was 2013,
So,
wasn't it? Yeah, because
they
I
were-
bought a PC and said to Elba, I said, no, I'm not going to get a PlayStation. I'm going full PC. And then I think I bought it when Metal Gear Ground Zeroes. I bought it with that.
Yeah.
I can't remember how long. It must have been a year after. So yeah, I must have missed the thing. But was it not attainable at launch?
Couldn't fucking get hold of it at launch, really.
Mind you, so was PS5 when you can get
Yeah.
hold of that first.
Yeah.
Me and you were lucky there. COVID
damn.
ridden High Street.
Oh, God. Take me back, they say. Anyway, Donkey Kong Bonanza, silver from the Adkins. As
Silver
usual, we bid you adieu, and we'll see you on the other side. Oh, banana!
This was a Dimp Digital production.